Check, check. Ada. Ladies and gentlemen, I request your attention. The conference will begin. Everyone in the outside, please come in. We will begin the conference in 3 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, kindly please turn your mobile phone on silent mode during this conference today. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Namaste. My name is Indah and this is my partner, Aya. Welcome to Third International Conference on Education, Management and Social Science, which held on 3rd of June 2022 at Dwijendra University, Denpasar. First of all, we would like to present Balinese traditional dance, Sekar Jagat. Kepada seluruh penari, harap ke depan stage sebentar karena ada sesi foto bersama. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for a while, we will have a photo session. So I invite all of the participants. We invite Mr. Bang Bang and Mr. Eri to come on the stage, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
May I request you remain standing. We will pray. The prayer will be led by Mr. Ariana. For Mr. Ariana, the floor is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Ladies and gentlemen, I will lead the prayer in Balinese Hinduism. The prayer begin. Om Awiganamastu Namusidam. Om Sidirastu Tadastu Swaha. Om Prasada Stiti Sarira Siwa Suci Nirmanda Iya Nama Swaha. Om Adi Siaparan Yuti Rakta Teja Namastuti Sweta Pangkaja Madhyasti Askarya Namastuti Om Rang Ring Sah Paramo Siwuraditya Ya Namah Swaha. Om Anugraha Manoharam Dewa Data Nugrahaka Arcanam Sarva Pujanam Namo Sarva Nugrahaka Om Dewa Suksama Parama Cintiya Ya Namah Swaha. Om Santi 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 Om.
Well, everybody, you may take a seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the agenda with Play Asia for Earth video 2022. Please.
Universitas Indo-Global Mandiri (UIGM) has anticipated this global climate change by hosting its GoGreen Summit with the theme GoGreen Shape the Future of Green Planet from 1st to 3rd of June 2022 in Bali, Indonesia. Intro thank BioLeagues and ISERS as the host of the GoGreen Summit for the invitation to co-host the monumental event.
International Society for Environment Relationship and Sustainability to join the coming event in June 2022 for Asia for ISERS 2022 and also GoGreen Summit.
I am pleased to know that Sister Nivedita University, India is collaborating with International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability for organizing 3-day International Conference in Asia for Earth 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
Privileged to welcome all keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and sponsors from all over the world to the 8th GoGreen Summit, which held on 1 to 3rd June 2022.
Om Swastiastu. This is Dana, Rector of General University, Bali, Indonesia. I'd like to say welcome to all of the participants who are joining in the International Conference Asia Cohort 2022 on June 1st to 3, 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
That International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, ISERS, organizing a 3-day international conference is Asia for Earth 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
Well, we will continue to play Philippine Normal University welcome video, please.
To the conveners, guests, presenters, and participants of the 8th GoGreen Summit, a pleasant day to everyone. On behalf of the summit organizers and the Philippine Normal University, I warmly welcome you to this very important and timely conference that will stimulate and inspire us to act against climate change and global warming. To the teachers and educators, scientists, researchers, government leaders, social workers, and other experts in diverse fields advocating for environmental sustainability. I hope that this year's conference, Go Green, Shape the Future Green Planet, would galvanize us to share our best practices and exchange resources for us to engage in innovative and sustainable projects, programs, and policies that we can implement and adapt in our own respective communities. Promoting and spreading awareness about environmental sustainability is not just a job exclusive to environmentalists. Spreading awareness and encouraging our friends, colleagues, workmates, neighbors to be part of the global movement in making the planet Earth a better place to live tomorrow is a job for everyone. It is our duty to be stewards of the planet Earth. We at the Philippine Normal University believes in the transformative power of education. Our campus in Visayas, which we have designated as our Environment and Green Technology Education Hub, is committed in the protection and preservation of the environment and promotion of renewable resources and clean energy technologies through education. We would like to thank the conveners and the organizing committee of GoGreen Summit for recognizing the vital role of education through the Philippine Normal University Visayas in realizing a greener future. We believe that we can reach new frontiers if we draw in insights and expertise from all sectors. This conference is just the beginning. Wishing everyone a rewarding and meaningful conference. Once again, thank you and welcome to the 8th GoGreen Summit.
Well, for the next, we will play Romania welcome video, please.
Dear participants, the climate is changing and the whole planet is vulnerable to consequences. Many countries in the world are experiencing higher temperatures, changing hydrology, and other extreme events like droughts, floods, heat waves, storms, and forest fires. More and outstanding knowledge is needed to meet these challenges head on. So, in order to overcome the current environmental challenges, it is the scientists' duty that through research to become leaders of innovation and change in science and technology. We are happy to be the one of the partners for the 8th GoGreen Summit 2022, organized by BioLeagues Worldwide and the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability in association with other prestigious universities from Asia. On behalf of the Banat University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine, King Michael I of Romania from Timișoara, we would like to congratulate everyone who made this conference possible. I am sure you will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges during the summit days. I wish you every success with this important conference.
Well, global climate change and ecological crisis is the biggest concern today, on which every researcher and responsible research university must work together to contribute innovation solution. I welcome all the participants from potential universities, research center, and higher educational institution of Asia join us today in our international event, Asia for Earth 2022. Asia for Earth is collaboration of 10 plus leading international universities of Asia joining together to be a forum for environment. It is a comprehensive multidisciplinary conference with participants from all around the world for curious learning about the environment, waste management, global warming, climate change, and environmental social study. On day first, we are having a GoGreen Summit. On second day, we are having third international conference on climate change conference, and on day 3, we are having second international conference on education, management, and social science for environment. For next about ISERS. International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional association operating under Technorate Research and Development Association India. It's meant for research and development in the field of environmental sustainability and climate change. For the organizer, BioLeagues Worldwide is not a profit professional association which prominently promotes research and development. We at BioLeagues have brought a revolution in the field of worldwide conference. About ADUMAS. ADUMAS is a multidisciplinary program with broad participation with members from around the globe focused on learning about education, management, politics, organization studies, physical affairs, law, and philosophical issues, or in less discipline-oriented areas, such as school effectiveness, leadership, supervision, human resource management, and labor relations, and equity issues and social science topics. Exhibitor Jerling Energy Indonesia. Jerling Energy produces various eco-friendly power plant devices inspired from nature, built to keep it safe and clean. The product of Jerling Energy offer are domestic and non-B3 medical waste treatment system using the hydrothermal method. Dwijendra University Denpasar. Dwijendra University Denpasar is one of the educational unit, namely higher education, under the auspice of the Dwijendra Denpasar Foundation. The establishment of Dwijendra University with its main specific patron, namely culture and religion, by giving special meaning to Balinese culture, is expected to provide a double-dimensional orientation, namely leaving the past as a guide for comparison of the present and the future. University Indo Global Mandiri, Indonesia. Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, established in 2008, is a private higher education institution located in the metropolis of South Sumatra. UIGM offers courses and programs leading to officially recognize the higher education degrees such as pre-bachelor degrees, master bachelor degrees in several areas of study. UIGM also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library as well as administrative services. Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim, Indonesia. Maulana Malik Ibrahim State Islamic University Malang was established in June 21, 2004. The university is the best Islamic university in Indonesia, excellent in delivering skilled academicians in Arabic and English. Institut Teknologi Nasional Malang. Institut Teknologi Nasional Malang, established in 1969, is a non-profit private higher education institution located in the urban setting of the large city of Malang, East Java. Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine, Timisoara, Romania. Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine is a public university in Timisoara, Romania, which specializes in life science and veterinary medicine. Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia Kelantan, Jelly Campus, Malaysia. Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia Kelantan honorably aims pioneering in developing knowledge and technology, natural resources sustainably through entrepreneurship. Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development, India. Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development creates a platform to bring and link rural development research, policies, practices, and in one umbrella, and advocate for sustainable rural development globally. Philippine Normal University. The Philippine Normal University is a public co-educational teacher, education and research university in the Philippines. It was established in 1901 through Act number 74 of the Philippine Commission for Education of Native of the Island in the Science of Teaching. Sister Nivedita University, India. Sister Nivedita University at Newtown, Kolkata has been established through enactment of the Sister Nivedita University Act 2017. The university offers educational program and research in a wide array subject of under discipline like engineering and technology, science, medicine, management, law, humanities, language and literature, pharmacy, architecture, social science, performing art, sport, media, and design. Masa University, Malaysia. Masa was founded in the year 2004. Masa University is vision to produce qualified and compassionate professionals to serve the need of the country in line with the national goal and the government transformation plans in the 21st century. Xiamen University, Malaysia. Xiamen University, Malaysia is the first overseas campus set up by a renowned Chinese university and the first Chinese university branch campus in Malaysia, located in the vicinity of Bandar Kota Warisan, Sepang, Selangor, Malaysia.
We would like to welcome the Honorable dignitaries, Conference Chairs, Dr. Bambang Sugiono AP, General Secretary, ISERS Malang, Indonesia. Organizing Secretary, Asia for Earth, Dr. Insinyur Gede Sedana, Rektor Dwi Jendra University, Bali, Indonesia. Mr. Rudra Banu Satpati, Founder and CEO, ISERS and Technorates Group, India. and all faculties members of Dwijendra University. We would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers, Professor Eri Julian T. Adesta, Vice Rector, Planning, Development, and Cooperation, Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, UIGM, Indonesia. Dr. Jayanta Koburi, Assistant Professor, Department of Rural Studies, Tripura University, India. Profesor Dr. Imade Putrawan, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Jakarta, Indonesia. Profesor Dr. Abdul Samad, Professor at Indian Institute of Technology Madras, Board Member and Mentor of Piriya Paramita Energy, PVT Ltd, Chennai, India. We would like to welcome our guest presenter, Mr. Janel Cheng, Arellano University School of Law, Philippines. We would like to welcome our guest speakers, Dr. Kali Charan Raj, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, GIET University, Gunupur, India. Dr. Dilip Ganguly, ex-Additional General Manager, Indian Ordnance Factory Services, India. Dr. Nikita Pandit, Founder and Director, Innovative Publication, India. We are glad to welcome our session chair for our technical session, Mr. Janel Cheng, Arellano University School of Law, Philippines. Dr. Habil Monica Drago Mirescu, Banat University of Agriculture Science and Veterinary Medicine, Romania. Dr. Zvarzana Zulkefli, Senior Lecturer, Department of Environment, University, Putra, Malaysia, Malaysia. Dr. M.D. Taibur Rahman, Senior Assistant Director, Bangladesh Agriculture Research Council, Ministry of Agriculture, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Thank you for all joining us today at this event. I will also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all the attendees in joining us today.
Well, the next agenda is welcoming address. So I'd like to invite Mr. Bambang Sugiono and Dr. Gede Sedana to come forward, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome the conference chair, Dr. Bambang Sugiono, IP Malang, Indonesia, to welcome the participant. For Dr. Bambang, time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big pleasure to me that International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, ISERS, as organizing committee organized for 3 days conference in 1st to 3rd June 2022. The international conference is 8th GoGreen Summit International Conference, has been held in 1st June in Prime Plaza Hotel, Sanur, Bali. The second is the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change. The third is the second international conference on education, management, and social science has been held today in Dwi Cendra University Denpasar, Bali, Indonesia. Please, Prof. Gede, as a rector in Dwi Cendra University, stand up and give applause to Prof. Gede Sedana. Thank you very much for your supporting and collaboration, Prof. Gede. Today, the themes of international conference is social atmosphere and their use in the understanding of environmental concerns. Bring the biggest joy, pride, and fulfillment. It is great pleasure to welcome all the keynote speaker, invited speaker, delegates, industrialists, and participants of this conference held in this University of Dwi Cendra, Bali. As stated in the title, the scope of conference cover about management, education, and research, health and innovation, education, innovation, business and management studies, science and social sciences, and emerging technology. This conference may also give opportunity to under and postgraduate student, faculty member, practitioner, researcher alike to take an active part and present research paper. I am certain that conference will prove to be a healthy point of academic interaction, and so the student, faculty members, practitioner, and industrialists as well will not only give but also benefit and draw inspiration, also networking from the talk and presentation from the distinguished guests. I would like to express my deep appreciation to keynote speaker. I hope Prof. Julian, Dr. Jayanta, and one from the Philippines, Miss Dr. Janet Ting. Please stand and give applause to this keynote speaker. Okay. Okay.
All right, moving on.
Thank you very much for your effort to present the ideas and methods in a lively and accessible ways. Finally, but not least, I would like to thank to those who have responded to our call to take part and to contribute to this conference. We have a big hope that all of you enjoy and get more knowledge and fruitful experience through this conference. Thank you so much. Next, we would like to see you in the next conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang Sugiono. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Gede Sedana, Dwi Cendra University, Bali, Indonesia, to address the gathering. For Dr. Gede Sedana, time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam rahayu, rahayu, rahayu. Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome for all of the participants here, especially the honorable chief guests, the respected keynote speaker, the respective participants. Welcome in Dwi Cendra University to join in the international conference Asian for Earth 2022. I will be happy here to stand here. And thank you very much for Professor Bambang, the one who invited me to join in this international conference organization. And thanks very much for Banu, Rudra Banu Satpati, as the founder and the CEO of the ISERS, International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability. I will talk about a little bit about the climate change, because everybody talk about the global change. We talk about the global warming. Now we talk about the climate change. I don't want everybody only talk and talk. Like nobody wants to do. It's mean that I would like also to invite all of the participants here, all of the guests here who are coming from the other countries. We have the like the networking, because we cannot work alone. If we talk about the global system, we will have the problem in terms of water, soil, land, air, and this one cross to other countries. That's why in this international conference, I hope all of the presenter, all of the speaker, participant can have the collaborative program among the countries. Not only one country work alone. We work together. At least among us here, especially Professor Eric from University of in the Global Mandiri, because we are from Indonesia, at least we have the collaborative action. We have collaborative research program, what we have to do regarding the climate change. And then for the others from the Philippines, India, Bangladesh, Romania, we hope also, not only today, not only here in Dwi Jendra University, we talk and we discuss, and then after that, nothing. So in the real thing, I think, for example, when we have the international conference, so we can invite each other, even though in the virtual meeting. That is the real thing that we can do. But in the macro level, we can give the recommendation, the suggestion to the governments and to the other stakeholder, including the university, to work together. So today, I just want to say about one word, Trihita Karana. As I already talked in the Prime Plaza. So we try to rise Trihita Karana, because the values in the Trihita Karana is a universal values. We talk about the God, we talk about the human being, and then we talk about the environment. So every country has. Only in Bali has the terms. We call Trihita Karana, 3 causes for happiness. Thank you very much. Hope we have the good discussion, good result, and you have also good feeling staying in Bali. Thank you. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Well, well, thank you for Dr. Gede Sedana. Well, before we continue, I would like to say welcome to Dr. Koduri Jayanta. Please welcome to our campus Dwi Jendra University. And you can join with Mr. Gede Sedana and Mr. Bambang Sugiono. Please come forward. Thank you. Yes. Now, I would like to welcome Mr. Rudra Banu Sapati, founder and CEO, ISERS India, to welcome the participant virtually. For Mr. Rudra, time is yours.
Thank you very much, the hosts and all dynamic students of Vijayendra University, one of the leading university of Indonesia, for this privilege. What a beautiful and bright morning and beginning of the day with amalgamation of divine feelings, science, research, innovations, lush, beauty, and greenery of Bali. Esteemed dignitaries, respected speakers, honorable guests, experts, climate change and environmental leaders of globe, faculties, organizing committee members, scientific committee members, and my loved students. Asia for Earth is not just a conference title. It is the emotion and it is the feelings of all leading professionals, researchers, scientists working in field of green energy to combat climate change from different universities and industries all across the Asia, to combine, stand strong, get united with each other, to integrate innovations and researches, to share a combined platform so that we'll dream of a better tomorrow. Asia for Earth, an initiative by Technoarid Group, one of the largest interdisciplinary scientific community in Asia, based, located, and founded at India, towards developing the science and streamlining it for welfare of humanity. BioLeagues production houses took the initiative of producing this conference, conceptualizing this conference, because we felt, after undergoing through few survey and articles, the largest ratio of climate change as per United Nations Climate Change Program is happening in Asia. And it's high time to divert our innovation sectors, laboratories, and research centers to concentrate towards climate change and environment. And this could be possible if we unite potential universities all across the Asia located in different countries, irrespective of looking at the nations being developed or developing. Because it is the combined and cumulative way in which the development happens, and we are committed to do so. So International Society for Environmental Relationship and Sustainability came forward with these concepts of bringing the research institutions all across Asia to unite and create a common forum of scientific interactions. And under the leadership of Dr. Bambang, Professor Gedeshudana, Honorable Rector of Vijayendra University, and all rectors and vice chancellors of our academic partners and co-hosts, a community was built, an association was built, and at a joint forum, this conference was organized. And this won't stop here, and we'll be moving ahead every year. So I urge the universities, academic institutions and researchers, and particular departments related to environment and green engineering to come forward and join Asia for Earth Summit, so that jointly we'll be organizing this type of conferences. We are starting the electoral membership also, so that the leaders of all universities will come forward, the leaders of all industries will come forward, and we'll have series of academic and industrial interactions and programs. We are on the verge of creating a database that will help our researchers to interact from different countries and different locations. That will be interlanguage interactions, irrespective of the hindrance and trouble caused for language-based interactions. We are coming up with technology-based interactions. The technology will create the virtual community, and the virtual community will dream for the better tomorrow. There are several similarities of culture and thoughts between India and Indonesia. Both the nation have been a part of the goals of Sanatana Dharma that has been always emphasizing on service to mankind is service to God. Sanatana Dharma says, Sarve bhavantu sukhina sarve shantu niramaya sharve bhadrani pashyantu ma kaschid dukha bhave. We dream, we work, we divert ourselves, we are committed towards to the welfare of the entire globe. And we are doing so as well. Today, ISERS is extending institutional chapters and establishment of Center of Excellences in all universities of Asia, so that industrial and academic interactions could happen among students and faculties of different regions and locality. We have privileges of scientific publications. We welcome submissions, unique articles, outstanding research works that could be published and cited in different journals and conference proceedings. I believe this conference was a fruitful event and will be definitely contributing to the globe. I urge everyone a safe and healthy life, and I express my hearty gratitude to the entire team of ISERS, BioLeagues, especially Niveta, Anita, Mr. Shaundar, under the leadership of Hulda from Bali, Indonesia, particularly all beautiful people. The support from the country of Indonesia we have received is inexpressible. We do not have enough words to express the hearty gratitude and thanks to all the academic partners, all the institutional partners, all the universities, without any second thought, those who came forward to be a partner with us. I believe we'll try our level best to meet your expectations. My hearty gratitude to all the organizing committee members, scientific committee members, thought-provoking speakers and heart-touching scientific committee members, session chairs, everyone for a contribution. My hearty gratitude again to all the students, those who came long way to attend this conference, and faculties who came the long way to attend this conference. This conference is being streamed online. Thank you everyone for your valuable time, for valuable support to make this a grand success. And I express my gratitude and hearty thanks to everyone. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Well, thank you for Mr. Rudra Banu Sarpati. And also I would like to thank all the dignitaries for sharing their welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the event on felicitation with mementos. So I request all keynote speakers, Prof. Dr. Eri Yulianti Adesta and Dr. Jayanta Koduri to come forward for felicitation. And I would like to invite conferencier Dr. Bambang Sugiono IP Malang, Indonesia to come forward to facilitate the keynote speaker. Well, the first mementos belongs to Prof. Eri Yuliawan. Okay, you can take a photo session. The second mementos belong to Dr. Jayanta Koduri, please. Okay. Okay, you can go back to your seat, please.
deliver his keynote presentation. Professor Eri Yuliante Adesta is professional engineer with chartered mechanical engineer status from Engineering Council. He is also a professor in manufacturing system engineering and is currently holding an academic administrative post as Vice Rector, Planning and Cooperation at Universitas Indo Global Mandiri in Palembang, Indonesia. Prior to joining UIGM, Professor Adesta had spent around 15 years as a professor in manufacturing system engineering, in which he also held various academic administrative posts from the head of department deputy dean and the dean of Faculty of Engineering. For Professor Eri, time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Rektor, Dr. D. Sedana, Bapak Bambang, Bapak Dr. Bambang, Conference Chair, Mr. Rudra from India, who is attending online, my fellow keynote, Dr. Jayanta, and all keynote and also the participants that have been very much involved in this 3 days Asia for Earth Forum. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers, the ISERS, that have been inviting me and my team to come to this very prestigious event, so that we can exchange idea, we can share knowledge, and come up with something beneficial for the future of this planet. This morning, I would like to share something that have been actually addressed by Professor Hamayun quite some time ago, which I believe still valid today. In addressing this, I would like to refer to something that need to be focused on, which believe also be beneficial for the academics as well practitioners alike. So therefore, allow me in I don't know which is how long I have time. Organizers, how much? 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, I've already spent 3 minutes now. This is very important because at the end of the day, we are sharing the same planet. We are living in the same and breathing the same atmosphere. So therefore, with this, I would like to say that my issues this morning, if I can manage it, I will speak on global warming very, very briefly, and then energy production, growing demand for electricity, which is my background is actually engineering, and also green energy, which is one of the topic today. And most importantly, I will actually to share with my fellow engineer in photovoltaic. But I don't think I can make it and will not be too much important if I focus on photovoltaic this morning. And of course, last but not least is the PV photovoltaic. I claim as the answer for the needs. Let me try to look into this fact, which been taken back about 6 years ago at the end of 2016, 2006. Yeah, there is a trend on rising temperature rise in our planet, and according to the data, which is collected by University of East Anglia, England, this is the rise in temperature, yeah, is to this point. I believe this year will be increasing. I can feel it when we are, just, walking. We feel that our body is like been heated up, by the surrounding. It means that this is quite, if it's just going on like that with the trend, it will give an unpleasant environment for everybody, unless we can adopt that. And is this also the variation on Earth's surface temperature on the past 1,000 years? Well, of course, we don't have that facilitating that super, what is it called? We call it something very much advanced in measuring the temperature, but we believe this is the trend. And also the sea level, yeah, the change over the last century in centimeters. So it's a quite significant rise. Yeah, this is 5-year mean. If you're going straight to this, and of course, our city, our capital city, Jakarta, also have this particular threat. And if you look into the global concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere on the part per million, you'll see that it is also very, very, dangerously increasing over the years. So therefore, I would like to share something. I would like to engage you all in this room with very much a simple quiz. 3 simple quiz this morning. If you refer to this question here, coasts are guilty of speeding up global warming. Do you think you agree or disagree with this statement? Yeah, according to the survey, it is true. Yeah. Why? Because methane is the second most significant greenhouse gas. Yeah, and cows are one of the greatest methane emitters. Their grassy diet and multiple stomach cause them to produce methane, and which they inhale and exhale with every breath. Okay, so the second thing, which country has the highest CO2 emission per capita? Anyone can have a wild guess? Is it A, Australia, B, Canada, C, Kuwait, D, UAE, which is United Arab Emirates, or E, USA? Which one do you think contributed a lot and the most CO2 emitters? Yeah, USA? You don't believe that. Actually, it is UAE. Yeah, when you go maybe to Dubai, yeah, you'll see that actually, according to the last research or survey, the Carbon Dioxide Information Analysis Center figures UAE is 6.17 metric tons of carbon per capita. Kuwait, yeah, 5.97, US 5.4, Australia 4.91, and UK 3.87. So with this fact, if total greenhouse gas emissions, yeah, are compared, some analysts say that Australia comes out higher than US. Sorry to say. Where is Alan Tobikov? Is he here? Alan is not here. Okay. So on day one, we discussed about this. Okay, so this is the fact. Then if you do this, yeah, looking into this in serious note, a big CO2 emitters, which is in 1,000 million tons, it will give you the USA, yeah, this one here, yeah, on the red and the green one. Both China figures include Hong Kong, so that still combined with Hong Kong, which is quite a big emission. And if you compare also energy use worldwide energy consumption from 1980 to 6 years or 7 years from now, 2030, you'll have the increase of projection toward that year is 70 or 722, yeah, on 2030. If you do this conference every year, we have another 8 conferences to address this issue. But there is no action, as Pak Rector said just now in the morning. We give only conference from other conference to discuss another discussion, and then I think it will bring us nowhere. So therefore, what I'm saying here, let us do something. After we have and found any findings, let us do something. Let us collaborate. Let us make effort to address this issue, because we, until now, we have only one planet to stay together, unless maybe we emigrate to Mars, maybe, or other planet nearby. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to look into another fact. This is actually where does our energy come from. The biggest energy source so far still conventionally oil. It is for fossil fuels. And we have also that the oil that we are consuming actually coming from our fossil fuel. And we are now increase the price, and we are now queuing for that. Let us look into this matter seriously to get alternative energy sources. This is the increasing percentage of total world energy use for electricity generation. We'll see that electricity is becoming more important than ever. In 2020, you can see that
Doktor, untuk keynote, ambillah waktu saya ada request detail-detail daripada ni lah, Doktor Nurul. Tapi ni lah saya tak dapat dekat ni. So surat untuk yang keynote dalaman.
I think it is interference from other meeting, right? Okay. Other planet. Of course. I hope that this is not coming from other planet to invite us to move. The rest is small children, yeah? I mean, the children of the other planet also, maybe. Okay, let us, quickly grab this issue. Electricity. Yeah, how much do we use? According to prediction at that time, 2020, we need total 22 trillion, yeah, watt hours, yeah, for that. And with the assumption of capita per kilowatt hours is 2.917. I'm not sure, because the government now starting to increase the price of electricity. Will it stop people using electricity, or will it limit you back to the traditional electricity, which is maybe through Lentera? We have Lentera here. We have during my old days, it is using Petromax. I'm not sure about that, but let us think seriously about this. This is the focus on electricity. The source coming majority is from coal. And luckily, in Indonesia, we have so many coal mines. Coal mines is everywhere. Close to my hometown, there is PTBA, Bukit Asam, supplier of the coal. And of course, not to mention in Kalimantan, also quite, but it will last. It will not last forever. So therefore, this is another warning for us. And the coal, easy to find, of course, cheap, but it brings high emissions. And step forward to increase efficiency is true. Number one, new supercritical plant designs. We have to redesign the plant, which is less effective or less efficient. And then we're trying to come out with increase in biomass co-firing. We have to, go for gas turbines, exhaust to heat, boiler, feed water. And of course, not to forget about improvements on thermal efficiency. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing you to this issue because my background is an engineer. But of course, the attendees or the participants this morning, not all engineers. Therefore, I think I better go something more generic to address this conference. I looked into hydro. If in 1999, potential in 150 plus countries, it is proven, of course, advanced technology, extremely efficient conversion if you can do it, and it will also low operating costs and long plant life. Tendency is to have long plant life. And it often also integrated with other developments. Recently, maybe on the news, you see that people are riding motorbike with the fuel from water. Yeah, this actually, if you like, something to look into seriously. But I don't believe this is happening quite soon. Yeah. Welcome, Alan. I just mentioned you. Okay, so this nuclear. Now, nuclear is still pro and cons because many people, or many countries rather, are actually looking into this source of power quite scared, yeah, on the long term, on the operational ground. And just a little pollution, of course. This is the advantage of having nuclear power. We're talking about nuclear. Definitely. 3 minutes. Oh my God. Very quick. So with that, I think I will have to jump into things that I would like to share. Futurely, greenhouse gas. This source of energy, generation by oil, of course, we are so lucky to have it. Yeah, everywhere we dig, we can find oil, including that the one hole that we don't expect to have oil come out, like including the mud also. You remember the Lapindo case? Yeah, that's actually disaster. So God so nice giving us oil everywhere, but we have to be careful on exploiting this thing. The conventional steam can also be seen as combustion turbine, combined cycle, of course, and solid waste burden. And air, land, and water pollution will be caused by that. Yeah, so solar energy is the ultimate source so far, up to now, because we are so lucky we are living in a quarter. Got so nice to us all. We have all this, never stop. But of course, some climate change happen. we cannot anymore enjoy as before the morning sunshine, the nice thing, because things are changed, have changed, and we cannot expect. During my childhood, I feel a breeze, nice weather. Now it's getting humid, so hot, and people actually inhale toxic, everywhere, nearly everywhere, especially in the big cities. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to jump into, since my time is already nearly finished, 3 minutes, not maybe left 1 minute. How much is available? The sun's rays provide enough energy to supply 10,000 times the total energy requirement of the mankind. So how do we harness it? Is it through the solar thermal or it is through the photovoltaic? Of course, my answer is there already. Photovoltaic is one of immediate solution, but need to be seen in detail. So I don't want to stand before you here to share about things and only my discipline. I want to jump into something that can be shared. Let me just push this through. Yeah, this is because my background is manufacturing. I will share something that is in common with us. This is solar panel, the price trend, the cost breakdown. This is the future. My prediction of the future. See, time is up. Okay. Sample of cost recovery is installation amortized over 25 years. Maybe Alan will give another opinion on this. Assume an increase in fossil fuel cost about 5% per annum. So this is really PV generated, but way forward, yeah. Research and development is focused on increasing conversion efficiency and reducing cell manufacturing costs to reduce electricity generation costs. Number one, improve crystallization process of high quality, low cost silicon wafers. And we have advanced silicon solar cell device structures and manufacturing process. And we have technology transfer of high efficiency solar cell processes from the laboratory to high volume production. And of course, reduction of the silicon wafer thickness to produce the consumption of polysilicon, and stable high efficiency thin film cells to reduce semiconductor materials costs, and novel organic and polymer solar cells with potentially low manufacturing costs. And the last one is solar concentrator system using lenses or mirrors to focus on the sunlight onto small area, high efficiency solar cells. With that, I thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Home Santi 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 Home.
Well, thank you for Prof. Eli Yulian. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Jayanta Koduri to deliver his keynote presentation. Dr. Jayanta, are you ready? Okay. Dr. Jayanta Koduri has wide experience. Chaudhry has wide experience in teaching and research in rural development for the last 22 years. Passionate, relentless, dedicated, and true with his vision, firmly focused on the horizon of localizing sustainable development goal. Dr. Chaudhry presently working as Assistant Professor, Department of Rural Studies, Tripura University, India.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Thank you. Just good morning, everybody. Thank you, the very beginning, because the hospitality we got from all of you, I mean, mind blowing. It's a heart touching. It looks like I'm in home, obviously with my family. So, and then everywhere it looks like, and particularly all the Hindu temples, and it looks like, I mean, we are in India or Indonesia. I am just in doubt. Anyway, thank you very much. And today, I'm going to talk on that localization of SDG, which is very important, because when we are talking about 2030, everybody is looking on 2030 SDG goal. To achieve those, is it possible to, if we discuss only in the international level or national level, rather we have to think for that the grassroots level. I'm a background, already she mentioned that I am background of teaching and research in rural development. I did my master's and PhD in rural development. I'm teaching master's in rural studies in my university. And last couple of years, I'm working and we have found a global forum for sustainable rural development, which is now we have 6 continental office and spread in 129 countries. There's more than 8,000 people are member. So basically rural development is my area or my specialization, whatever you can say. And then we found that localization of SDG is most important to achieve the SDG. If you are really serious about SDG sustainable development goal in 2030. Yeah, these are all known to you. Nothing discuss, elaborate, but as today's theme is education, I will try to focus a little bit on education, which is goal number 4 is quality education. And rest of the things are, because when you talk about localization of SDG or SDG, is you know that this came from Millennium Development Goal. Earlier we thought for the Millennium Development Goal and then shifted to Sustainable Development Goal. Almost all the countries, 193 countries, they have agreed about that implementation of SDGs. Everybody agreed with that. And these are the goals. These are the goal, you know, basically 5 goals. I mean, if we make that goals related to people, goal related to planet, goal related to prosperity, goal related to peace, particularly SDG goal number 16, and obviously the partnership, which is most important to achieve all this. We are here, we are gathered here. Even Mr. Rudra also told that same thing, same tune. Almost everybody we are talking about that. That partnership is the most crucial to achieve the SDGs goal. Because the problem of any SDG goal, what we are targeting, is not the problem of particular country or particular location. It's a problem of everywhere. So if it is a problem of poverty, it's not at all a problem of any particular country. It's a problem for other countries too. We have to work together. That's why SDG goal number 17 is most important, that whatever we are here, we want to do, we have to achieve through partnership. And when we talk about the localization, the screen is not coming. Hello. Okay. It's okay. So localization, when we are talking about the localization, basically it's a process of adapting, implementing and monitoring SDGs at the local level. Until unless the local people are aware about the different SDG goal, it is quite impossible to achieve SDGs in the national level. So what is important for us how we can reach to the local level, how we can put SDGs in their day-to-day life, right? We are talking about the hunger. Hunger, who knows? Who knows about the quality education? Who knows about the education or the health? But I have seen that even in the Bali, everybody is concerned about the cleanliness. Everybody is concerned about the not wastage of food. So everybody is sensitive, very aware, and I feel very glad. And I was telling my daughter, say 9 years old, because if you are thinking for sustainability, it is not the sustainability of my generation. No? I have to complete the next generation also. We have to get ready. So I'm telling you that, see that how clean they are. So it's a practice, right? It's a practice. It is not, they are not about our, aware about that, what is the SDG goal number 5, what is the SDG goal number 6, but they are practicing. So already they are in the form. What we need is that as much as possible, as simple as possible, to put the SDG goal at the local level. Maybe the local language, maybe the local issues, maybe the local problem, how they are interrelated to our SDG Global 17 goals. This is our duties, all organizations, all universities, we have to. I don't know, even my rector is here in this Dijayanti University, whether we have any course on SDGs for the students or not. We are making seminar and conference, but all the university students are linked to them. Can we make some SDG club like that in the university? So these kinds of local issues, how we can address. It is not the issues of global UN and other issues. All these UN goals we can put in our local level. This is the localization of SDG. So basically, all the local problem, local challenges, local resources, how we can put in around that SDG goal, all 17 goals. So we have to make the framework. There may be some region having more importance to particular goal. It is not that all 17 goals can be achieved or given importance to each and every corner. No, it's not. If the education, say for example, in my country, the Kerala, its education level is very high, more than 100%. Should we give emphasis more on education? May not be. Rather, we have to give more importance to other activities, right? So this way, we have to make some prioritization. We have to give some emphasis on particular. And who knows that? We from outside, you from the central level, you can't. The local people, local level. And that's why even I trying to advocate that it is important, much more investment on the capacity building of youth, capacity building of the local people, capacity building of, I don't know, we have a local government system. Every state, every country, they have some local government system. Either it's urban, either it's a rural, the local government system. How we can strengthen those local government? How we can sensitize those in the local government? How we can input all these SDGs goal in the local level planning? The local institutions are meant for the development of the local people. They are already there. Their existing institutions are there. Only thing is we have to orient them towards SDGs. All the universities, they have their own curriculum. How those curriculum can be linked? How those curriculum can be linked with our SDGs goals? Every department, every department, they are organizing some seminars, some conference. How this can be linked? So localization of SDGs, what we are trying to make, first, let us make a curriculum or the capacity building modules for different client group, be different stakeholder, and accordingly, let us plan for that. Yeah, it's only 5 minutes. So what we can do for this localization of SDGs in that different countries, different regions, let us make the SDGs monitoring committee need in different level. If we are aware about the SDGs, then let us make the monitoring committee, because the monitoring of SDGs goals are very important. Until and unless we have proper information, proper data on particular SDG goal, it is very difficult to reach to the achieve SDGs by 2030. So proper mechanism to monitor, proper framing of indicators, proper planning to collection of information related to particular SDGs in different level, it is important. Then all the NGOs, it is not only the duty of the government departments, but the NGOs and civil society organization, they must be part and parcel of the SDGs goal. And that's why to collection of people, because they have the grassroots level reach. So how they can collect the information, how while setting the indicators, how they can be involved. So NGOs can play a very vital role. So capacity building of NGOs through various workshops, various training program, various course curriculum, it is important so that they can also take part in the capacity building process. And the strengthening, that's I was several times emphasizing that word, the capacity building and strengthening of various local government. And the local planning should adopt the SDGs. So wherever it is a planning, it's a country planning, it's a regional planning, it's a grassroots level, even the town planning, whether it's urban planning, whether it's a rural planning, all the planning process, the SDG should be incorporated in this. SDG should be part and part. You can modify the indicator. You can set as per your norm, as per your country, as per your region. You can do that, but it is required. And trust should be given to the convergence and research envelope. All of us, we are talking about that SDGs, but hardly there is a SDG funding for that, financing for SDGs. So it is important how we can mobilize local resources, local fund for the SDGs. And one dedicated institution department on SDGs need to be developed in the proper allocation of fund at different level. One dedication, even I am urging this, one university should have a dedicated center. Every university should have a dedicated center on SDGs, so that a culture of discussion, culture on SDGs, it can generate among the youth, among the students, among the teachers, and they can play a vital role and important role towards achieving the SDGs by 2030. That's why the importance is how best we can involve local people, local resources, local issues, local problem, local challenges to as per the SDGs goal 2030. With this, I'm closing. Thank you very much for listening here. And thank you. If you have any question, anything you would like to share or discuss, I'm ready here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayanta Koduri, for your keynote speech. Now, I would like to invite Professor Imade Putrawan to deliver his keynote presentation virtually. For Professor Putrawan, time is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the beautiful island of Bali. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to join you, especially for Dr. Rudra, and hopefully you will enjoy Bali. Don't go home before you look around. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell to all of you that this presentation would be for all of you because of invited by ISERS, and that's why I would like to thank Mr. Bambam and Madam Nifida for the communication. Thank you for CEO of IFED, Dr. Rudra. And nice to see you, Mr. Sir. And thank you for all of the participants, especially for the keynote speakers for meeting us today in this great conference, because we are talking about the environment, the only one planet that we have to save and conserve its safety, its balance among the ecosystem. I would like to tell you, to all of you, that this title has two concepts: personality-based leadership and sustainable development goals. After the end of my speech, I will come up with the hypothetical model, which could be interpreted as a conclusion and could be used as a note, because this is a keynote for all of you to be taken into consideration. I would like to say again that my title of today's presentation is about introducing personality-based. That's the way how to read personality-based leadership in order to achieve our sustainable development goals effectively. Now, I'm starting with the sustainable development goal concept, which all of the word chosen in order to achieve these sustainable development goals, SDGs goals, is by using the working word, meaning that we are talking about the human behavior. So now again, after the previous keynote speech I've given a month ago with Mr. Bambang also, we're talking about the behavior, because the most important thing to be considered by us is about our behavior, how to behave, and especially how to change our behavior into the positive behavior related to conserving and preserving and saving the only one planet. For example, like the planet, to protect our ecosystem, that's kind of behavior. Dignity, to end poverty and fight inequality. So we are talking about behavior. And also justice, to promote safe and peaceful societies and strong institutions. So we are talking about the behavior. And most of the activities I'm calling here these human activities, which directly or indirectly affect our global warming,
It is because of climate change, deforestation, industries, pollution, tourism, including lifestyles, agriculture, natural activities, etc., and including also the improving of greenhouse gas because of human behavior. As mentioned by a report from the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a few months ago, draws from 34,000 studies and involved 270 authors from 67 countries. It provides one of the most comprehensive examination of the identifying impacts of climate change, the future risks, particularly for resource-poor countries and marginalized communities. That's what we're talking about, and can be proven by the report since 1995, delivered by Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change. They are talking about human influence, human activities, human cause, and human activities also. We're talking about the behavior of human being in treating the ecosystem. I just remember that this is my several keynote speakers invited by IFAD from 2019, when the first time we met in Kuala Lumpur before the pandemic. So thank you, Dr. Rudra, for this invitation. So I don't want to be called specializing in keynote speakers. So back to the title of presentation today, that I would like to share why we are going to talk about personality-based leadership. Because we are facing with the human behavior. We are talking about the behavior. We are discussing about the behavior. So the close concept related to behavior is personality. And how to encourage, motivate, inspire the human being to be changed, to be positively their behavior is mediating by the personality. Last month I was talking about also the human behavior and change of the behavior by introducing psychological capital. We're talking about the human, so we have to focus on the psychological aspect of human being. I think this is including on today's conference related to education and management. I would like to try to combine between the concept of education and concept of management. So that's why I'm talking about the personality-based leadership. So I said about introducing, because when we are talking about leadership concept, we just focus on transformational leadership style or transactional leadership style or leadership by power and negotiation, something like that. But the personality concept has been neglected by some of us. So that's why I'm using here today as a note, introducing the personality-based leadership. So if you are asking me the question, what kind of personality, what kind of leadership we are talking about related to the saving the planet, our ecosystem, of course, I'm introducing also the concept of environmental personality. And then the concept of environmental leadership, which each of these concepts has special characteristics. And I don't want to talk about this in deep because this is not teaching and learning process. So the question is, how strong is it, the effect of education? How strong is it, the effect of management in order to change our behavior? It will take a long time to know the impact. So whatever, the education and management process is still strong to be implemented in order to encourage and motivating the human being in order to be more aware about how important it is shaping our ecosystem. Like some of the teaching learning process, if student doesn't know how to read, we have to teach them. When student doesn't know how to write, we also to teach them. And we should, if a student doesn't know how to behave, why do we punish them? So we teach them. So that's why, starting from 1974, Bennett delivered such kinds of model related to behavior with the relationship between knowledge, attitude, values, and to the environment also, because environment and behavior interchangeably have a direct effect or indirect effect. When we try to take a look at the traditional concept of learning, when we want to student to learn, means that increase their knowledge. Automatically, they will change their attitude. And then directly, it should be behavioral changes happen to all of our students. So that's why we have to understand about the theory of behavioral change in order to try to understand why behavior change. And what for, if we understand about the behavioral change, so what for? What the activities, what the actions should be taken in order to measure and to comprehend the behavioral change happen to human being, especially dealing with the ecosystem. Starting from 1991, most of the studies talking about behavior, such as like Azin 1991, proposed the hypothetical or theoretical model, which he called TPB, Theory of Planned Behavior. By using this model, and almost all of the model used for research concerned with the pro-environmental behavior, put the behavior, whatever the name, including pro-environmental behavior, pro-ecological behavior, as a focus for the study, including responsible environmental behavior, 1986, studied by Heinz, and also whatever the name, it's the same meaning, the same concept, research by Hungerford and Fogg, 1990. And also, if we understand by using the cafe concept, if we want to change our behavior, don't focus about the only behavior, but we also work on paradigms. That's why in 1978, 2000, Dunlap's propose a new dimension for new environmental paradigms as a contradiction with the DSP, dominant social paradigms, by developing a 5 dimension for measuring new environmental paradigm. The question is, so we work with the environmental paradigm or environmental behavior. So we have to understand also the comparison between mental frontier and sustainable society given by Chiras, 1985. So when we work with the paradigm, it's going to be easier to change our behavior according to some principle. And mostly paradigms suggested by United Nations program from the United Nations, think globally and act locally. Don't try to think locally. It cannot be any progress if you think locally, but you act globally. We have to think globally and act locally. This is an example of other.
Excuse me, Dr. Putrawan.
Yes.
Your time still 3 minutes left.
Okay, I will try to. This is I'm still using iPad slide also when we're talking with several times last year. We're talking about behavior, and this is the question. Finally, the question is leadership. What kind of leadership? Why personality-based leadership? The close concept related to behavior is the personality, like displayed by Greenberg, 2010. And also, this is modeled by Ellen Ross. We're talking about personality related to leadership style. And this is also Mars model by Maxine and Glino, 2018. We are talking about personality. And Ivan Sivik also, in order to try to implement leadership effectiveness, we have to understand also the personality. And this is a big 5 personality, what I mean by personality in terms of management concept, and also Myers-Briggs beside of big 5 personality, we can measure by using those concepts. And we have also to focus about the leadership style, focusing on transformational leadership style, which going to involve some variables. And of course, this is a kind of leadership style which closely related to personality-based leadership. And this is the definition of the leadership: influencing, motivating, and also inspiring the others to achieve whatever the goals we have stated before. And this is also the model given by Bukovic 2019, involving also the personality. So that's why environmental performance, if I modified definition of job performance given by Bukovic, I would prefer to define environmental performance as the value of the set of people behavior. This is kind of another term by using the behavior, which some of the article use citizenship behavior toward the environment. So that's why the model of concept development, which originally consisted of 3 dimensions, social, ecology, and economy, I would be rather agree.
Excuse me, Dr.
I put here individual.
Putrawan,
Yes.
your time is up.
That's just a few minutes. Just this is my research regarding with the behavior, and that's why in doing that forms pathway to responsible action to help to heal us, and we are talking about behavior. Why we're talking about behavior? Because we have to achieve our quality of life. So this is important factors, everybody, after achieving effectively the sustainable development goals, we have to achieve the quality of life, of course. So that's why we have to change our behavior by taking into consideration the hypothetical model that I have to share today during this presentation is about the quality of life. So that's four components interrelated to each other, and we have to talk about the personality, and we have to understand about the leadership, what kind of leadership style is best for improving our behavior toward the environment, and also we are talking about the quality of life. So as a note, no matter what anybody tells you, no matter what anybody, I'm telling you, the word and ideas can change the world. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice day.
Well, thank you, Prof. Imade Putrawan, for your keynote speech. Now, I would like to welcome our guest presenter, Mr. Janel Cheng from Arellano University School of Law, Philippines, to deliver his guest presentation. Time is yours.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen from the international audience. So my name is Mr. Cheng, and I'm from the Arellano University School of Law in the Philippines. And this morning, I'm here to present to you about the metaphysics and the environmental law in perfect harmony. So to begin with, I would like to first of all acknowledge our distinguished directors here and the organizer from this conference, together with my international law professor, Attorney Al Espaldon, and Attorney Arnaldo Espinas. Okay, so metaphysics. So what is metaphysics all about? Okay, so metaphysics is actually something that you might have just heard by just now, but it is actually a scientific process in which we are able to study patterns based on the random results. And metaphysics is like a toolbox wherein there are different tools inside it. And the different tools, like in any other, like tools or gadgets, has specific functions or roles that it can be used for. So in metaphysics, there are several tools that we can use, and they can either be I Ching, it can be either Chimen, they can be either date selection, it can be feng shui, and it can also be face reading. It can also be Patsa. So these are the tools in metaphysics. So later on, I'm going to be relating with you or showing to you what is the relationship of this in the environmental law. So metaphysics as a tool. So the applicable law that we can use, or the applicable tool that we can use for the study of this one would be the Patsa and the feng shui. As you can see in the photo, so the first photo is a mountain range wherein it's full of full of mountains, yes, full of trees, where the one below is like a photo of a landslide, broken mountain formation. And which do you think between the two, including those who are watching us via Zoom, which of the two looks better? Agree with me that the first one on top, right? So what's the difference between the tool Patsa and feng shui? So Patsa mainly describes the condition. So Patsa say the first one is green, the second one is brown. But feng shui gives you the timeliness on when to use or when to tap to these environmental resources or to this environment that we have. So this is now how it is related to the environmental law. So for the first principle, as according to the Stockholm Declaration of 1972, so it says there that man has the fundamental rights to freedom, equality, and adequate condition in life in an environment of quality that permits life of dignity and well-being. So would you agree that living in an environment full of disaster doesn't meet these requirements, right? That living in an environment where you are flooded, no access to food, no access to quality air, quality water, right? So that's the first principle. The second principle is from the Rio Declaration of 1992, wherein it says human beings are the center of concerns for sustainable development, and this recognizes the right of humans to a healthy and productive life in harmony and balance in the environment. Like previously shown in the slide, so the goal of metaphysics, especially in feng shui, is to obtain balance with the environment. So as you can see, the principle of metaphysics, even the environmental law, is in parallel or in harmony with each other. So for the next principle is taken from the 1994 Draft Principles of Human Rights and the Environment. It says there that human rights, an ecologically sound environment, sustainable development, and peace are interdependent and indivisible. So that means to say, having an access to an ecological environment is a matter of right as a human being. So that means to say, it is our free chance or human right as well to tap into these natural resources or to our environment in order to gain this benefit from metaphysics. The next one is all persons have the right to a secure, healthy, and ecologically sound environment again. So nobody here goes to a tourism, right? Maybe going to different places, especially nowadays that tourism has opened. Nobody will go here to a place wherein, oh, that place is not beautiful or it's it's dangerous, right? Everybody wants to get an access. Like here in Bali, right? You have the Batur, the Mount Batur. So everybody wants to get there because of the scene that it provides you, right? In Ubud, the environment that it gives to you. So the relationship of metaphysics and the environmental law shows has been identified in numerous constitution globally, which which you can actually read from the screen, and it's taken from the environment, rather in Earth Justice, Environmental Rights Report on Human Rights and the Environment. Okay, so another one is taken from the African Commonwealth Constitution, Chapter 2, Section 24. Everyone has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being. And on the last part, it says justifiable economic and social development, right? So getting an access to your environment using metaphysics, right? That's why it gives the human being the responsibility to take care of the environment, because in the end, we are the recipient or the beneficiaries of these access to this environment, okay? So the next one would be, the next one was taken from Article 1 of France Charter Constitution of October 4, 1958, which says everyone has the right to live in a balanced environment. Again, you can see balanced environment or stability, right? So the goal of metaphysics is to attain balance, not over. Like, it doesn't mean that you have over mountains in your surrounding, you are more auspicious, or more water. No, it's not. There should just be a balance of energy and element within your reach in order for you to attain the auspicious condition or the so-called luck that you would like to attract. Okay? And another one was taken from Section 61 of the East Timor Constitution, wherein it says that everyone has the right to humane and healthy environment. The state should promote actions towards the need to preserve and rationalize natural resources. And also the state should promote action aimed at protecting the environment for sustainable economy. Okay. And of course, the last but not the least was taken from a decision from the Philippines, no less than the Philippines, a famous landmark case of Oposa versus Factoran, wherein our High Court has highlighted that it is a right to a balanced and healthy ecology, wherein everyone is given the right and access to life. And though it is not verbatimly written in the Constitution, but it is already implied in that it is a matter of duty of everyone to take care of its environment. So for the last one, let me share to you as my closing a true love story about the nature. Back in more than 10 years ago, right? So there is this guy named Dong Abay, wherein he protested back in the northern part of the province of the Philippines. He protested about cutting off the trees, and he tied himself on a tree, like is shown in the photo. It has been controversial that he is opposing a big construction of a big establishment there, like a mall, wherein because there would be massive cutting of trees. And he said, listen to me, listen to me. There would be flooding, there would be danger around if you're gonna be doing that. But instead of listening to him, people didn't listen. Instead, he received insults. He received all those mocking and name calling to him. Fast forward, a strong typhoon called back in 2018, a strong typhoon named Ompong, right, visited the Philippines. It struck the very province where they were, and these were the numbers of the people that killed. More than 100 lives has lost because of that. And it is now a challenge between you and me present in this conference, right? Whether you are present here or watching wherever you are in the world right now, it is now a challenge for us to preserve our ecology for the use of this generation and for the future one. And as a bonus item for everyone, you may want to check this out, okay? You can log on to my page, all right? And you can actually download something for you as a way to give you as a souvenir for this event, okay? You can use this code, all right? That's free of charge, okay? And you have until the 5th of June to take advantage of this one, right? And download your report. And once again, I would like to thank you for your presence today. And thank you for listening. And once again, this is Janelle Cheng from the Arellano University School of Law in the Philippines. Thank you very much and good morning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Janelle Cheng, for your guest presentation. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Abdus Samad to deliver his virtual keynote presentation. Professor Dr. Abdus Samad, is you all ready?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I'm already in communication with Anita.
Dr. Abdus Samad is a professor at the Department of Ocean Engineering at IIT Madras. He obtained his BTech and MTech in mechanical engineering from Aligarh Muslim University and PhD in 2008 from Inha University, South Korea. He worked at the University of Aberdeen from 2008 to 2010. Dr. Samad's research interests includes marine energy, fluid masonry, and optimization. He focuses on innovation-based research to be translated into product or implemented practically. Professor Dr. Abdus Samad, time is yours.
Thank you. Actually, this time got delayed and I have another meeting at 9:30. So I was speaking to Anita and she said I can record and I can send it. Okay, so presently I'm not presenting. Next presenter can take over and I'll be sending my video after some time. Because 9:30 I have another important meeting, so I have to go log out. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Then I will not present.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Abdus Samad. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a group photo or photo session. So I request everyone go to the stage, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a group photo op session. So I request everyone to go to the stage, please.
Yeah. Okay, everyone, please come on stage. We will take a photo session together. And I also invite all the participants in the Zoom meeting to join the photo session. Thank you.
Also inviting virtual speaker. Thank you.
Shall I sit here? Shall I sit here?
Yes. $1.
₹1 only, not dollar. We are from India.
Okay, let's take a picture in one. Are you ready to take a photo?
Well, thank you. Well, after this, we have lunch break. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we have a break for 10 minutes. And after this, we assemble again in this room. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue the presentation in 2 minutes, so please assemble in the room, please.
kasih.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue the presentation. Check. Check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to continue the presentation. So I would like Karan Raj, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, GIET University, Gunupur, India, to deliver his presentation. For Dr. Kalikaran, time is yours.
Yeah, good morning to all. Namaste.
Namaste.
Well organized program. Thanks to all the team members as well as all the presenters who are here. And my best respect to all the chairpersons of the conference. The thing is that one of the challengeable and the most interesting area is the green IoT technology, which is an emerging field of the sustainable. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Right. Now, as if we'll focus on the ongoing, if you'll focus on both the areas, then this arena is a challengeable arena for all of us because we are moving towards the smart division and smart technology. Smartness is nothing but the application of the technology to deliver or to operate or to function our day-to-day life in a very easy manner, in a comfortable manner. So this IoT, which is known as the information of technology, plays a vital role here because it just combine or give an interrelationship between man to man and man to machine and man to organization. So this green technology always tries to optimize the values which is associated with this. The main ambition of the green technology, how we will reduce the energy, how I will reduce the effort, and to get the optimum profit, to get optimal operation, to use the optimal resources, to make comfortable life in the society. Next slide, please, ma'am. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. Now, if we'll focus here, this one gives a clear-cut map that the green technology is based upon the proper green design, green production, green utilization, and green disposal. Next, please. Right. Now, the green IoT, which is particularly implemented nowadays with a challengeable research area, it is get connected with the smartness, that means for comfortableness, smart airport, smart devices, as well as the smart robots, and so many things, even if in the manufacturing area also. Next, please. So green IoT, particularly we have to develop the devices, get connected, and the total plan is based upon the design, modeling, and operation, and the development in the area of hardware based, software based, and policy based. If we focus on the hardware based, then it is surely associated with the sensor based design. That means sensor technology plays a vital role along with the RFID based. If particularly we will focus on the sensor based, then the research work must be focused on the WSL. If you'll go with the RFID based work, then activities on the development of RFID is the most important here. Now, if you focus on the software based, then This green IoT is focused on the data center based and cloud computing based. To support this, the techniques, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning plays a vital role nowadays. If you go with a policy based, then smart cities and smart town are coming to picture, smart industries, smart factories. Based upon that, we have to design by utilizing the proper sensor, RFID. Now, if you go with the energy system, next please, ma'am. If you go with the energy system, then smart grid plays a vital role. To support the smart grid, we are always depending upon the renewable energy sources. And how we will minimize the energy, that is the main mission of here. Nowadays, we are particularly designing with the electric vehicles, solar power utilization in different sectors. Particularly, if we focus here, now agriculture is the most advantageous area where we want to focus our attention of the research in the both the two emerging field. One is the agriculture, another one is the medical or healthcare sectors. And based upon the industrial utilization, we want to use the minimum or minimum amount of energy. For that, renewable energies are coming to picture. And if you'll go with the smart house planning, then there also we can use the energy in a minimum manner. Next, please. If you focus on the communication system, then the development occurs from the 2G to 5G. And now 5G is playing a vital role in communication system, networking system. Now we are focusing on the 5G green development stage, how we can utilize this 5G by focusing it's a further development with the 6G and 7G. But still 5G is under development stage. There are so many problems are coming in the communication system. Based upon that, 5G, more research work also required to carry out to interlink or integrate this 5G with the various particular application on the field. So few example I have shown here. Next slide, please. The 5G now is associated with a vehicle, multimedia, human and robot in the industries, industrial applications, then sensor technology and drone applications. Now, maximum work is going on by utilization of 5G in these sectors. And these are only the few examples I have given. If we focus on the particularly for the manufacturing sector for the sustainability, next please, ma'am, then production activity control, which is directly depending upon the master production schedule, and master production schedule is a must have to well plan, else company will be a high loss.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, now is it okay, man?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Right. Thank you. So next slide, please, ma'am. Yeah, the master production schedule plays a vital role in the manufacturing sector with integrated the resource planning, sales and operations planning, then demand management. These three are directly mapping with the master production schedule. Based upon the master production schedule, the proper resources, what we can say that 5 areas: money, man, money, machine. These are the three important of 5 M's which can be utilized in a proper manner. And the next is the energy. So detailed capacity planning is very much important here. So these master production schedules support the detailed capacity planning, detailed material planning, and then after we can able to utilize the material with the machine interaction, then the proper will be interlinked with the soft load scheduling, then production activity, then we have to dispatch to the vendors. Next, please.
Excuse me, sir.
Now the technology here. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Your time
Yeah,
is
ma'am.
still
Tell
3
me.
minutes left.
Okay. Like we will cover it quickly. No problem. So now if we go with the technology, then the RFID, Wi-Fi, internet, sensor technology, machine learning, artificial intelligence, cloud computing plays a vital role and to operate all the things. Next, please. The layers of the levels of the industry's manufacturing sectors is divided like this, which is what we are working with these things with the cloud computing system. Next, a small example. Next, ma'am, please. This is the environment where the robot and the machinery equipments are interlinked with the machine as well as the system, and we are operating through the data analysis, data analytics system. We can able to take the judgment, and this total system will be handled with the SCADA, PLC, SCADA. And proper internet system through that data analysis and data visualization, monitoring and control system we can able to do. For that, the skill is required, which is highly important to all of us from the well educated in the technical lines. Next, ma'am, please. Yeah, this is the one particular environment of the robot application in the smart manufacturing sectors for the assembling, as well as for the palletizations, as well as how to take the material from one part to another position from the conveyor belt system. So everything will get through the data monitoring system and data visualization system. Then after data cleaning, and proper data must be monitored through our networking system. This all the things is get well acquainted or controlled by the IoT system in a remote manner. Madam, please move the slides. No problem at all. These are some examples only I have provided here. So please move it. Apart from this one, manufacturing sectors, other applications are also there. Engine testing, design and development sectors for manufacturing of design, monitoring, controlling, as well as the quality checking. Then after, please move the slides, madam. No problem at all. These are the only few examples I have given. Next, for the healthcare lines, constructions lines, these are few examples of the application of IoT in the industrial sector. If you focus as a conclusion here, I have not given the more details about the AI and ML applications, but AI and ML application and the deep learning applications plays a vital role in this manufacturing sector for data visualization and monitoring and control in the manufacturing floor. That means inside the machine floor, production floor, as well as in outside, that will be controlled through the or monitored through the supply chain management system. As a conclusion, I can give here the tremendous technology development in the 21st century has many advantages, and based upon that, we are also ready in our research work to implement and to give more and more to the through the academic to the industries. Internet of Things is the concept in which the virtual world of information technology connected to the real world of the things. The technology of Internet of Things such as RFID and sensor make our life becoming a measure and comfortable. And then future scope I given, the future suggestion have been touched upon for the efficiency and effectively improving of the green IoT based application which is going on, and we have to give it the coming future. Thank you. Thank you for the listening a few works as I acquainted in my research. Thank you to all.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kalicharan Raj, for your guest presentation.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Dilip Ganguly, ex-Additional General Manager, Indian Ordnance Foresters Services, India, to deliver his presentation. Dr. Dilip Ganguly, time is yours. Your time is 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I know, I had sent my presentations. Kindly upload the presentation, please. Okay. My talk today is on a very practicing topic, and that practicing topic is environmental improvements in plants, industries, or you can say at home also, by making environment management programs and implementing it. Next slide. Now, as you all know, many of the factories have got, or industries, they are certified with ISO 14001 2015 version. I have written 2004, now it has become 2015 latest version. We are spending a lot for certifications. Pardon, madam? Can I speak, madam? Everyone, hello?
Yeah, please continue, sir. Please continue. No problem. Continue.
14001 2015 is Environment Management System. It is ISO. And many of the industries, school, colleges, institutions have been certified with these standards. And these standards gives two tools which are most important. One is the environment management programs by or for all its activities which we are carrying out, and how to control it, how to improve it. It gives a direction to that, and recordings, implementations of this will help the industries for continual improvement of the environmental aspects. And as you all know, in many of the certificates, they are trying to improve, and many are on the verge of developing the standards. So I will request all the industries, whosoever has been certified, to kindly use this tool of ISO 14001 to 2015 for making of and preparation of environment management program and implement it on the shop floor or on any of the work fronts. This will give lot of improvements in the environmental areas, and you can also monitor the same. Now let us see what effects it can bring out. Next slide. Now, I have already mentioned that many of the industries, as I was chairing some session day before yesterday, many of the Japanese concerned have got it. Many of worldwide have got this standard, and India also has got large number of standards. And there was a model of presentations, and many of the presentations which I chaired that day has been mentioning this standard as such. Now let us see the inside of this standard. Next one. Now, the motive behind the certification is not to only have the certificates, but to improve global, it gives global branding, gain market leverage is one of the points. But the most important point is that it improves safety, environment parameters, and it is a great tool for continual improvement by implementing impact studies and implementing of environment management program. Now, if your concern or if your industry has got a good environment and less safety and good safety culture, less number of accidents, naturally the increase of productivity will be there by having a quality product, safe product, and environmental friendly product or green product. Now, this, and it also helps to improve the awareness of people working in organizations, environment, safety, hazards, and also improve the legal requirement. And presently, I would like to say I am undertaking EMPs for the domestic waste management also. So this also will help in our domestic reduction of domestic waste actually, and in the conversion of the domestic waste into the products which will be useful to the society. And the last one, it will also help in implementations of the legal requirement. So these are the motive behind our certifications. But as you all know, in many places, it has been implemented to a large extent, but some people, they have got certificates, but for the brand sake or market level, I request all and everyone who has got this certification to go forward for making EMPs and develop EMPs not on paper, but implementing on the shop floor to gain all these advantages. Next one. In this paper, I would like to bring out one studies based on the chemical industries or any industries as such, which is producing, which is utilizing acid for their daily purpose or for their making products. And here I will be
Your
showing.
time, 3 minutes left.
Pardon?
Your
Pardon?
time is still 3 minutes left.
Okay, next slide. The content of this paper is given as I am speaking to you. Next one. Next one. So I told you it is used in daily life of ours. Now, next slide. Next slide. Now, one of the parameter is aspect and impact. Aspect comes from the activities, whatever we are performing, and its impact on the environment, safety, activities, etc. That is called as impact. That causes pollutions and that causes health diseases, etc. Next one. So that is what we have to control by making EMPs. Next one, please. Next slide. Now, this is environment impact. And if the environmental impact is of a significant nature, that is, it is crossing legal requirements like the ppms of in the road as you go, the NOx level, if it increases more than the standard, that is called as significant, that causes significant impact, that causes, you can say, health hazard, that causes other problems also. Therefore, it is called a significant impact. So for each activities, there is aspect, there is impact also. Next one. Now, this is the chart in which any unit operation, you can take it in the industry, at home, etc. You can replace that unit operation by the operations what you are carrying out. Every operation requires raw material, catalyst, water, energy, and it is converted into gases, emissions, products, waste, and it gives you the wastewater, liquid waste, solid waste, and pollutants. Next one. So first stage is to make the unit diagram. Next one. Now this aspects or the impacts are controlled by making objective targets. They are also controlled by operational control procedures of the standard instructions. And if it is significant, then it has to, EMP has to be made. Next one, please. The calculations of evaluation of any environmental aspect depends on the mode, severity, occurrence, and failure, etc. So this is, you can deduce in your organization. Depending upon that, we call any impact as a significant impact or a non-significant impact. Next one. Now, next please. Next. Now, for every aspect, as I have told you, there are two, non-significant and significant aspects. And significant aspects are controlled by operation control procedures and making of EMPs, and non-significant aspects are controlled by only operation controls. Now, let us say acid is flowing through or transported through the lines in any of the organizations. We have got aspect, that is the aspect, and the acid fumes which are coming out due to leakage or gases emission or liquid flow due to the leakages, these are causing as air and soil pollutions. Next one. Now you can see one aspect very clearly. Now this is the flow of acid in the pipelines. Now from the joints, it may be possible, welded joints, it is a very continuous pipe. So there are all chances that from the welded joints, there may be some leakage because of the corrosions. If the leakage is dropwise, we call it, it may not be that much of disaster.
Excuse
it
me,
may
sir.
not have great impact. But if it is a heavy
Excuse
leakage,
me?
this
Your
forms
time
a
is up.
significant aspect, and therefore we have to make EMPs. And making of EMPs for this particular flow of acids is given in the latter slides. Just I will go through the slides in about 30 seconds. Please, next slide, please.
Excuse me, your time is up.
All these slides will give you the insight how you have to develop EMP for the significant aspect which we took into consideration, that is when the acid leakage is not dropwise, it is a flow of acid leakage takes place. So in this way, you can develop the EMPs. Next one, EMP clearly gives who will carry what activities, who will carry out the activities, and when it will be completed. So that will all not only monitor it, but it will try to
Excuse
implement
me,
it also.
your time is up.
Last slide. So this is the aspect impact control. This is the operation control procedure format. Next one, last one, please.
Excuse me, sir, your time is up.
Okay, so by this procedure, we can make the EMPs of these significant processes, and we can also have the operation control procedure. So I have given the format. I have given one example why EMP has to make, how EMP has to make. I request that all the organizations who are certified with ISO 14001 should use this tool effectively on the shop floor, and by doing this, they will have clean environment, clean safety, and therefore they can increase the productivity. And also I request them to use at home for the reduction of the waste. Thank you, please.
Well, thank you, Dr. Dilip Ganguri, for your guest presentation. Now, I would like to welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Nikita Pandit, founder and director Innovative Publication India, to deliver her presentation. Your time is 10 minutes. For Dr. Nikita, please.
Thank you and good morning to all. I'm here with my presentation and starting to wishing you all with the coming in advance the World Environment Day with a beautiful and self-explanatory theme that is only one earth. So now I'm starting my presentation on the socio aspect of this all societies, how they improve what is the role of societies for the improvement in academia and research. So can I share my screen, please? Please allow me to share my screen. Yes, thank you. So Asia for Earth. Welcome to all. Myself Nikita from New Delhi, and I will discuss the role of academic society in development of research. So I found a beautiful quote that global success is a shared interest of both society and research. We all are here today on a single platform to discuss about the various research on the environment. So the role itself is the explanatory here. So why this topic I choose for today conference, because today's complex economic, social, environment and culture. Any problem? Can I continue? Any problem? Can I continue?
Can continue.
Today, complex economic, social, environment, and cultural challenge require science, technology, and innovation to the woven into a single fabric of society. So people are thinking and talking about research culture. We want to do as well. We all discuss about the research culture, but for getting the dissemination and more information, these societies and these platforms are the requirement actually. So what is this research culture? Research culture encompasses the behavior, values, expectation, attitude, and norms to our research community. It influences researchers' career path and determines the way that research concluded and contaminates. Societies helps to create an ecosystem which is required to exchange knowledge, to support knowledge, to discuss, to explore, transfer of technology. Like-minded people are meeting on the society's platforms and research platforms, and it helps in the different subject, specialty, career path, research, integrity, reward and recognitions, open science and collaboration in a research system. So it itself helps in the improvement and dissemination and the transfer of technology to the whole over world, as the theme is also for this year's environment day, that one earth. So only one earth. So it is also assigned implicated on the scientific research platforms that whole the world, it should be one for the transfer of technology. Why this education and research is must be in hand to hand for the transfer of technologies. This teaching enhances the development of a student, while research advances the development of new knowledge, and services contribute to the growth of non-academic, professional and college, universities, communities, etc. So everything like education, higher education, organization and social must be on hands to hand for the dissemination of research work to all over the world. So what this academic societies like ISERS, BioLeagues, IESRF and other academic societies helps, that a gateway to find opportunity, helps in promotion and sharing the valuable information, helps in nourishment for the mind, leads to better understanding of issue, professional learnings of the subject, open new doors for opportunities, and build knowledge and makes learning more efficient, innovation in research, capacity building for research, more about research mentorships, etc. So how this helps in the gateway to finding opportunities, like because we are doing a continuous effort in a single direction of research and potential achieve their goals through available opportunities from their own specialties like education, fellowship, fundings, training, grants, etc. Initiative enables the researchers address social issues and broaden the social network. This helps in the broadening the social network of researchers as well as the academician who want to share their researches to everyone, and contribute to the ability of individual to make life challenges, etc. It also helps in a promotion and sharing the valuable information. Reading and writing stimulates the capacity. It's like a 3R, that reading, writing, and reading, writing stimulates the computation and comprehension. Reading upon the mind to knowledge. Writing enables the individual transforms ideas to more concentrate, perspective-based understanding. Researchers share information through several peer interaction process involving the speaking, reading, writing, and listening. So how it helps in the nourishment of mind. Research require highly skilled and qualified professional who can understand the global research. Institutional research must be aligned to a global trend. The research manager has identified such personal and lies with from a drive research to any institutions. So it helps in that way. It leads the better understanding of issues like today's we are everywhere.
Excuse me, Mom.
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
time is Still 3 minutes left.
Thank you. I will conclude in 3 minutes. Thanks. Just like we everywhere we are now discussing about the climate change and the greenhouse effect and like that. So one side this research is going through, and everywhere we knows the impact of this researches. It helps in the professional learning of a subject. It opens the new doors of opportunities as of our interest, because here we continuously studying in a different fellowships and different researches. It helps in a builds to the make learning more efficient. It helps and enable us to improve reading, writing skill. It improves the analyzing, listening and speaking skill. These functions improve the comprehension and computational skills. Through process of changes of knowledge improves the understanding of current scenario and research. What this is must require, that is publication of your research, because if you don't publish, it must be perished. So publication is must required for any of the research, and research dissemination through various publishing platform, various indexing platform, various repository, conferences, webinars, seminar, workshop, paper presentation, publications, etc. It helps in the dissemination and to reach all over the world and make into a single woven fiber to everyone for getting updated about knowledge. I would sincerely like to acknowledge my mentor, Dr. S.S. Jha, Dr. Lalit Gupta sir, and societies websites like Committee of Publication Ethic, WAM, World Medical Editor, World Association of Medical Editors, WHO, EORA. I acknowledge the use of various online training programs in my presentation, and thank you all for patience listening me, and thank for the beautiful opportunity to present in this conference. Have a great time ahead.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nikita Pandit, for your nice presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last presenter of guest speaker today. Next, we will having lunch for breaks in 1 hour. After that, we will continue for the technical session in this room. Thank you. Okay, the lunch break is in the room, and you can take the food outside the room. Okay, you can eat in this room. Thank you.
It's working, it's working.
This is a video call or what?
Yeah, this is video conference.
Video conference.
किने के पानी को प्रॉब्लम है
मैं लैब जब आए मुझसे बोर्ड आने दे
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the third International Conference on Education, Management, and Social Science. I am Arya, and this is my partner, Niti. First, I would like to welcome our session chairs for the technical session. Arellano University School of Law, Philippines, and Dr. Habil Monica Dragomirescu, Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine, Romania, to welcome the participants. To Mr. General Cheng and Dr. Habil Monica Dragomirescu, the floor is yours.
Hi, dear participants. So a pleasant and great afternoon to all of you, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the conference. We are delighted that you will be joining us in the presentation. So together with my colleagues here, we will be the chair for this session, and we are looking forward and very excited to be hearing all your presentation regarding this conference. So thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Hello again. It's nice to see you again in this beautiful valley. I wish all of you who have presentation a lot of success, fruitful collaboration, and I hope to enjoy this day, fruitful day, yes, with very interesting subject and very important subjects for all over the world, because all of us unfortunately know what means a thunderstorm or ice in the summer or earthquakes like here in Indonesia, no? So I wish you success, and I hope to find solution for our future lives, for a better lives.
Okay, now we will invite our first presenter in these sessions. First, I would like to welcome Dr. Sangeta Mashi from Pandit S.N. Sakla University, India, to present her paper entitled Ethiofaunal Diversity of Shahdol Region with Special Reference to Exotic Fishes and Their Effort in Indigenous Fish Fauna. For Dr. Sangeta Mashi, time is yours.
Hello, and good afternoon, everyone. My topic is Ethiofaunal diversity of shadow region with special reference to exotic fishes and their effect on indigenous fauna. Myself, Dr. Sangeeta Mashi, Professor and Head, Department of Zoology, Pandit S.N. Shukla University, Shahdol, Madhya Pradesh. It is not working. Slide changing. First, the introduction. The aquatic biodiversity of the world is changing and getting depleted alarmingly fast as a result of extinction caused by habitat loss, pollution, introduction of exotic species, over-exploitation, and other anthropogenic activities. Fishes are the keynote species, and they are the good indicators of the water quality and the health of the ecosystem. The material and method, the ichthyofaunal study was undertaken during The ichthyofaunal study was undertaken during 2019 to 2021. 2020, we well known, this is the COVID period. So we are starting a little late in the month of November and December. And after that, in the year 21, we are completed this study. Sample were collected from pond, river, and different fish markets, also with the help of the fisheries department and irrigation department. Data were analyzed and for the different morphometric features of fish species and identification by the day and fauna fish book, that is for the character and identification for the fish species. Result and discussion. The result of the present investigation, we got the 68 fish species belonging to 41 different genera, 15 families, and 5 orders. The member of Cypriniformes found dominating with 53 fish species, followed by Clupiformes, Ophelloselectiformes, and Perciformes, and Mastocymbaliformes. This is the fish names. It is total 68 species we found in our Shadol region. These are the exotic fishes. The name of the exotic fishes are actually we have these are Ambylopharyngodon, different species of Mystes, and my study totally based on Clarias garipinus and Tilapia mazambica and Gambusia affinis. Gambusia affinis is not a harmful fish. It is only for the control of mosquito larvae, but Clarias garipinus, yes, it is better. But Clarias garipinus and Tilapia mazambica is a very harmful for our indigenous species. Along these exotic fishes, Clarias garipinus and Tilapia are cultured abundantly in this region because of its fast-growing nature, much tolerance toward diseases, omnivorous feeding behavior. No need to proper care, good market value. But due to fast-growing and highly carnivorous and voracious predatory nature of these fishes are dangerous for our indigenous species because these exotic fishes destroy their ecosystem and giving strong competition for food and habitat. The Times of India reported in the 2005, the African catfish was illegally introduced from Bangladesh to West Bengal, India 2 years ago, and it has now gained entry even into rivers like Ganga, Yamuna, Satluj, and Godavari. Culture of African fishes now gaining popularity. It is believed that the species has fast growth rate compared to other indigenous species, easy to look after. The Fisheries Department has started acting by directing of fisheries extension officers in all the states to encourage farmers and diversify into culture of other export-oriented species. However, the Department of Forest, Ecology and Environment recently issues direction to destroy the entire stock of the America fishes because African fishes are very highly carnivorous and voracious predators, and they eat the fingerlings very eagerly. This is Clarias garipinus. This is the African fish. This is Clarias batraches. We are calling Hindi in mangur. Everybody knows, who knows Hindi, that is catfish, Clarias batraches.
Tilapia, this is a small fish. This is also a foreign fish. These are our Indian fishes. Bangeras, Vagalogattu. Valagogattu is a similar like a mistus different species, and almost mistus replaced that Valagogattu. It is not found properly in our region. Tortor, that this is our state fish. It's a fish of Madhya Pradesh, Nandas, Labio, Chanda, Clarius, Batrachus. This is called mangur, and it is also replaced by the Clarius garipinus. Clarius falconeri, we didn't found in India. These are the structure of our fishes. These are the pictures. Conclusion. Existing indigenous fish diversity has the problem and its existence due to the introduction of species like tilapia and clarius needs proper attention of authorities to control introduction of such species so that existing fish diversity may flourish properly. My suggestion is, according to my survey, I saw that fishermen are not much educated. They haven't knowledge about fish species, their feeding nature, and they don't know what is monoculture, polyculture, and their merit and demerits. So according to me, fisheries department should take interest and should hold workshop for local fishermen so that they can identify fishes which are being used by them culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sangita Masi, for your presentation. For the next presenter, I would like to welcome Dr. Vandana Ram from Pandit SN Shukla University, India, to present her paper entitled Heavy Metal Toxicity in Freshwater Stream and Reservoir of Shadol Division in Central India and their impact on some edible fish species with the health of tribal community. To Dr. Vandana Ram, time is yours. Sorry, Vandana Rams.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Vandana Ram from Central India. And my topic is the heavy metal toxicity in freshwater streams and reservoirs of Shadol Division in Central India and their impact on some edible fish species with the health of tribal community. Heavy metal exposure is an important environmental problem resulting from the anthropogenic activities, and the heavy metal disrupt the function of essential biological molecules like DNA and the cofactors of the enzymes. There are 4 categories of heavy metals. First is a macronutrient element, second micronutrient, highly toxic elements, and the precious elements. And the highly toxic elements are the cadmium, lead, silver, and the mercury. The term, the most common heavy metal contaminants are the cadmium, chromium, mercury, and the lead. Bioaccumulation, as we know, the bioaccumulation refers to the gradual buildup of the pollutants in the living organism. And fish are considered as the most indicative fauna in freshwater ecosystem for the estimation of the heavy metal pollution. And the present study was aimed to determine the level of heavy metals as copper, iron, zinc, lead, and mercury in the water and fish tissues of the major water bodies of the Shadol Division in Central India to compare the present value to the WHO acceptable limits. Shadol Division is the tribal area. Most of the people are villagers and farmers here and dependent on river water and fishes for irrigation, domestic works, drinking, and food also. And fish is an important component of the human diet in many villages of the Shadol Division. That is why we conduct this study. And I selected 4 water bodies on the basis of people dependency on it for water and fish as well as irrigation. This is the map of Central India, and that is the Shadol Division having 3 districts, Shadol, Anuppur, and Umaria. The reason behind heavy metal contamination in the Shadol Division, there are a number of about 50 coal mines, and coal-based thermal power station, chlor-alkali industries, jute mill, cement industries, automobile, sewage, fertilizers, and other anthropogenic waste also. The number of heavy metals are released through the coal mines as the chromium, cobalt, copper, lead, most toxic metal, that is the mercury. 4 sites I have selected. First is the Bansagar Dam, constructed on the river, Son River. That is Son River at the Navalpur area. Third is Umrar Dam, and fourth is Bandhwa Dam. Bansagar Dam is a multi-purpose river valley project on Son River, situated in the Devlon village, and 3 states sharing the water of this dam. This is the image of Bansagar Dam. Second is the Umrar Dam. This is the medium irrigation product. Water used not only for the irrigation, but for pisciculture and drinking also. This is the Umrar Dam images. And third one, this is Bandhwa Dam. This is also a medium irrigation project. The water used pisciculture for drinking and for irrigation also. Again, Son River at the Navalpur area, we can see the black water due to the coal mines. And these mercury, lead, copper, zinc, and iron were measured in the water and fish tissues. This is the result, and this table showing the metal concentration in the water of these sites, and we can see in the red the concentration of mercury and lead are much higher than the permissible limit according to WHO. And same here in the fish tissues also. Tissues I have taken muscles, liver, gills, kidney, and gonads. Same here in all 4 sites. We discovered that the lead and mercury concentration were much higher than the permissible limits of WHO, World Health Organization. And again, we study the histological alteration. Also, we have proved the metal contamination in water and fish tissues, muscles, ovary, testes, gills, and in kidney also we have seen the many deformities like necrosis and vacuolation and the multinucleated cells we have seen. And for the, as our observation explained, metal pollution in water and fishes also. So we have we designed a questionnaire for the survey and for collecting information regarding impact of water pollution on human health. We surveyed there in all 4 sites. So after survey, we conclude that the contamination levels of these 5 metals were high in tissues and water also in all 4 sites, and consumption of water as well as fish create health problems related with mercury and lead contamination, especially. According to our survey based on questionnaire, in these sites we found that the villagers who were using water and fish both in their daily lives, they were suffering from many health problems like skin discoloration, mainly skin discoloration, itching, abdominal pain, BP problems, kidney damages, and others. According to their statement, they know that the polluted water is the reason of this kind of diseases, but they haven't any supplement. This is the images of few skin discoloration, and this work also have published in a reputed newspaper. And the suggestions are, their own water testing laboratory should be for testing water quality in multi-purpose dam, and the government must recognize and accept with all seriousness that it has to solve the metal pollution problem, and the conspiracy of silence must end, and the awareness campaigns must be held. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for Dr. Vandanaram for your great presentations. So now we continue our next presenter. So I would like to welcome Dr. Tian Yustini from Indo Global Mandiri University, Indonesia, to present her paper entitled Analysis of Work Procedure, Information Technology, Organizational Commitment on the Performance of Employee in Manufacturing Companies. Dr. Tian Yustini, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Let me to deliver my research and my team and analysis of a work procedure information technology on employee performance during the COVID-19 pandemic, and our case study in cement industry in South Sumatra. As we know, the World Health Organization has officially declared COVID-19 as pandemic causing global economic condition to have changed significantly and economic condition decline in various sectors. The Indonesia, the government has officially COVID-19 a national disaster. Okay, next. This is data from Ministry of Health of Republic Indonesia. As of October 2021, the coronavirus has impacted more than 200 million people and caused deaths more than 4 million people. To overcoming the share of COVID, our government policies and strategies like social distance policies related state finance and financial stability, tourism stimulus and implementation of PPKM like enforcement of restriction on community activities and vaccination program. One of the state-owned enterprise in my country, BUM, and engaged in the cement industry in South Sumatra, we call the Semen Batu Raja. Yeah, as MBR must adapt and adjust by making strategic policy and work procedure. The procedure in the MBR policies adaptation to the COVID-19 pandemic, like work procedure, and the company's effort to anticipate the spread of COVID-19 virus by making working procedure like working time, shift, non-shift time, and WFH and COVID-19 standard ready SOP, office or personal travel and company guides to SOP. To running the work procedure, of course, must support by the information technology. To support this work procedure, most of this virtual and online, supporting by information technology is needed to support the activities including work from home, timesheet and timestamp, company activities, coordination like WhatsApp, Telegram, and corporate chats, and the second meeting, Zoom meeting, and etc. Self-assessment for COVID-19 is MBR survey application and organizational commitment. Of course, the COVID-19 give effects to organizational commitment. As we know, organizational commitment is an important concern because it has a significant impact on work behavior, like implementation of new work procedure, decreased employee performance and job satisfaction, and employee demotivation during in pandemic, like WFH log sheet, implementation of health protocol, and SOP violation sanctions. Problem identification in our research, the decline in the performance of its MBR employee. This is a cause of the change in work procedure during COVID-19 pandemic, which all the limitation and concern felt by employees in their activities, lack of monitoring and responsibility due to the procedure, because makes employee relax in their activities. And the three, as a result of the use of information technology, is most work activities without regular interaction and poor monitoring. Now, to overcome our research objective is to analyze the effect of work procedure on employee performance during the COVID-19 pandemic, analyze influence of information technology on employee performance during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the analyze to information technology. The result of this study can be used as material further studies of human resources management research, especially in there is a major global force that cause significant change to the employee activities and performance. Practical research results are expected to be input and information for its MBR's human resources and environment management, can be used a basis for consideration when they make a making of a work procedure in their this is a literature review we use in our research bio like work procedure from Pamuji, information technology, organizational commitment, and employee performance. This is our research framework, work procedure, information technology organization commitment. We see from how the impact of the COVID-19 to employee performance in this firm. This is the research our methodology research. Yeah, this research is quantitative research, and we use the data collection with a questionnaire and interview. And we use the population of the site Batu Raja, just site Batu Raja, the people 140 employees and population sample just 110 people. This is a hypothesis we get from this our research. It suggests that change in work procedure have a direct and significant effect on employee performance, and suspected of information technology has indirect effect on employee performance. And the last, the suspected that value of organizational commitment has direct significant effect of employee performance. But the result in our research, the technology information is not get effect to the employee performance in the COVID-19 pandemic. Our proposition in this research, if work procedure are carried out properly and are supported by technology and the ability of employees to use technology, even during the COVID-19 pandemic, performance will still be maintained. Okay, I think enough to my presentation today. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Tian Yustini, for your presentation. For the next presenter, I would like to welcome Dr. Kanchan Negi from Himgiri University, India, to present her paper entitled Role of Rhetorical Sensitivity in Understanding Cross-Cultural Communication in Special Contexts to Environmental Concern. To Dr. Kanchan Negi, time is yours.
Well, a very warm good afternoon to everyone out there. Today being the last day of this global conference, I somewhat feel that we all have become like an extended family. Yes or no? Yes? Do you all feel the same? Okay, so I want to begin my presentation by saying that seriously, this is the third day at Bali. And the entire team, the organizers have been really great. And of course, today we are here at the Vijayendra University, the entire team, the students who performed really well. But then I'm sorry, I couldn't be a part of it because I was late actually because of the traffic. But then the students, can we all give a huge round of applause for the students who performed so well in the morning? Can we all give a huge round of applause for the students? Yes, I don't think so that they're here with us, but I really feel good that and great as well that I'm here for this third day of conference. And people, let's do this activity because, I don't know, like hailing from the communication background and being a trainer, I always want the audience to be very attentive and with smiling faces rather than just being on the chair and then waiting for their turn to come or like having the boring faces. So probably, okay. So just follow me, people. Okay. This is big. Everybody do this big. Bump. Big. Bump. Teeny, teeny, bump. So we'll do, okay. So Just follow, all right? It's bim bam, piri piri bam, bim bam. Yes? Let's see how many of you get it correct. So we'll do it last time. 1, 2, 3, start. All right, thank you so much. So people hailing from the communication background, of course, my topic for the day is role of rhetorical sensitivity in education, management, and environmental social sciences in understanding environmental concerns. Well, people, we all are here, of course, because we all are educated. We got to learn how we manage things out for this special concern. The rhetoric might be a very different term for many of you, but basically it simply means to put across your thought in an organized manner, whereas rhetorical sensitivity can be defined as the ability to be adaptable, right, in communication with the others. In my last presentation also, I mentioned that until and unless we do not have the voice, attitude, message, reception, audience, and tone, it is we are not able to communicate properly with the others. Now, talk about the education, people. We all know that the field of study, right, deals mainly with the methods of teaching and learning in schools and universities. Education develops critical thinking. So guys, we all are here. We cannot put a full stop. We really need to ponder and study more and more and find out the way out. How can we actually curtail such kind of environmental issues? It's enough of talking. It's enough of brainstorming sessions. It's enough of discussing about the issues. The thing is, when can we actually start implementing the steps to actually curtail this issue, right? Environmental sciences, well, the presentation clearly says that it's the social sciences, the application of which broadly the study of the relationship between individuals in their context within the society. And environmental social sciences and humanities increasingly include areas such as environmental history and sociology. Maybe you people hail from science background or engineering background, right? It hardly matters. We all stay in a society where we should all be concerned with our mother nature, with the environment. People, we all like to, drive luxury cars. We only get our pollution card, issued or get it, kind of like mostly our pollution cards get expired, but we only get it renewed when we are checked by the police or we get the ticket, right? But actually, we just need to take initiatives at our end. These are the following major environmental concerns. I guess, is the mic properly working? Yes? Okay. The acid rain, natural resource depletion, overpopulation, the waste disposal, deforestation, and the environmental management. Why is this session kept today? Because there is nothing without management and communication. People, if we do not manage our things out, see, we all are managers. Are we? Yes, because we all manage our daily routine. When we wake up in the morning, we manage the entire day. We manage our time. It's like time management is done by us. So we all individuals are good managers. So please, we need to follow the steps of the management in order to curtail this particular environmental issues. We know the harmful activities going on for generations. Yes, I need not to discuss about it because the other speakers have already talked about it. Now, this we already discussed earlier. In my previous presentations, I also talked about this thing, people, that we need to take steps to curtail such kind of issues. And how can we do that? Reduce, reuse, the 3 R's of the solid waste management. We need to, write more. I'm so happy, like, of course, when you travel abroad, people from US, UK are over here. People are more, they do biking. they ride bicycles, they ride cycles, right? But then the other countries are full of, pollution, and people, they think that they will be looked down upon if they will, bike down the university or the offices. So especially I'm talking about the country like India as well, where nobody is actually found cycling down to their college, universities, or their professional areas. So we just need to work upon this as well. So this was a small presentation, but yes, 3 minutes left. Okay. I want to show a short film which we people had shot. Let me tell you people that until and unless we actually work on the ground, we cannot curtail such kind of issues. Sitting under the AC room, we're talking about global warming, we're talking about environmental issues. But what we people did was, we kind of spread the awareness through the elected representatives. And there's a small video, please, can you show it? And this video will show you that how in a cluster of villages, we taught people what is dry waste and wet waste. Starting from that particular thing, we trained the villagers, because the villagers don't even know that what in dry waste, what all things can come and what falls under the wet waste. So this is the awareness tangent. I mean, we need to go down to that level, explaining the people. We cannot just talk, about, we all are educated, right? But we need to go down to their level as well and make them understand. I'm sure that this movie will help you to that video is there. Yeah. So you all will be able to come to know that, yes, how we people have been working, spreading the awareness on solid waste management. I guess this is all we can do, where the waste was segregated and people were like told how to, put their garbage into the different bins, different colored bins, so that the pollution could be curtailed. You have the video, I guess, or you want me to give you the video again? Yes, day 3 folder. It's in the folder of day 3. In this particular video, there are like 8 villages. They formed a cluster, and one vehicle was there. We just asked the corporation, the municipal corporation, to give them the vehicle, and then door-to-door collection of waste was done. And then people were also told that this is dry waste, this is wet waste, because if people keep cattle generally, so they used to, give them the banana peels off and stuff. Yeah. Day 3. Yes, this one, please. No, it's like you play with the words. No. Sound, please.
अब उठो देश के भाग जगाने हैं हमको, निर्मल निर्मल कुछ गीत रचाने हैं हमको। अब कोना कोना जगमग जगमग अब उठो देश के भाग जगाने हैं हमको, निर्मल निर्मल कुछ गीत अब उठो।
கத்தி பாட்டு வச்சிருக்கியா? நான் அதை சொல்ல, கத்தி படத்துல அந்த இது அடிப்பண்ண வச்சிருக்கியா?
English is my second language. As a vlogger, I deal with social media a lot, which is actually fun.
अब उठो देश के भाग जगाने हैं हमको, निर्मल निर्मल कुछ गीत रचाने हैं। अब कोना कोना जगमग जगमग होना ही है, अब ठान के मुट्ठी कसने की भारी है। स्वच्छता की ज्योत जागी है, स्वच्छता की ज्योत जागी।
For now.
भारत की आत्मा गांव में बसती है, इसलिए गांव के विकास के बिना देश को विकास के पथ पर अग्रसर नहीं किया जा सकता। आज हर ग्राम पंचायत को स्मार्ट विलेज के रूप में विकसित करने की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं और इसी श्रृंखला में एक रोल मॉडल के रूप में विकसित हुआ है उत्तराखंड प्रदेश का।
பாட்டு போடுற எல்லாம் பாட்டு போட்டா அந்த பாட்டு மூலமா
This village is in the outskirts basically. Made the people aware about the, and these vehicles have been sent for door-to-door collection. These are administrative officer, the highest rank, the Indian administrative officer, the IAS, Mr. Sembal, who was the secretary for this particular Department of Panchayati Raj.
प्रायः देखा जाता है कि सूखा कचरा जैसे
So this is the collection center for the garbage basically.
टॉफी रैपर, दूध, दही के पैकेट, धातु के कैन, पुराने कपड़े,
And here the plastic
जगह-जगह पर पाया
we
जाता है।
segregate the plastic.
गांव मोहल्लों में बने ढलाव और अंत में
This is the
शहर
dumping
के बाहर
ground.
बनी लैंडफिल साइट्स में कचरा लंबे समय तक पड़ा रहता है, जिससे निकलने वाली अनेक हानिकारक गैसों और भूमि में रिसने
I'll just
वाले
forward this
जहरीले गठन किया गया, जिसमें प्रथम अध्यक्ष
This is the village.
के प्रति अपने
वही हमने चलाई है।
I'm sorry, Dr.
Yeah, we're descending. We're descending.
Continue to the next presenter.
Yeah, we're descending.
जिद पे आ जाए देश मेरा फिर देखना तुम, कोना कोना जगमग जगमग होना ही।
So this is the end of the presentation. I just want to say that our state is the first state in entire India to have made the policy on solid waste management. It's our state, that is Uttarakhand. So we people, see, I also run a national level NGO. I work for the government sector. But I think we all hail from different institutions. We are professors at various universities. We need to collaborate with the government organizations, work hand in hand, be it rural development, be it the Panchayati Raj system, which only India has, not the other countries. But I think if we all amalgamate our things together, we join hands together, this issue can simply be resolved. Collaboration of the institutions, universities, government organizations, and of course the NGOs, the non-government organizations. And on this note, I really want to thank you once again for having me here. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I invite you to India. Please come to my state also.
Okay. Well, thank you for Dr. Kanchanagi for the very interesting presentations. So we next continue to our next presenter. I would like to welcome Dr. Chandra Reka Ramachandran from Simon University, Malaysia, to present its paper entitled Students' Emotional Experience to Digital Transformations in Higher Education Institutions Amid Pandemic SWOT Analysis. For Dr. Chandra Reka Ramachandran, time is yours.
A very warm welcome to all of you. First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to be able to present at this conference. So my name is Dr. Chandra Reka. I'm from Xiamen University, Malaysia. So this is my research. It's entitled Students' Emotional Experience Towards Digital Transformation in Higher Education Institution Amid Pandemic. So what I've done is I've done a SWOT analysis. Okay, so this is a very brief introduction. Yeah, literacy is not a luxury. It is a right and a responsibility. If our world is to meet the challenge of the 21st century, we must harness the energy and the creativity of all citizens. So as you know, coming from 21st century learners, the expectation is very much different. Gone are the days we have passive learners sitting in class. You don't even know whether they are, absorbing. But although they can be at present, yeah, but you can only gauge their understanding when it comes to assessments. So it's the same thing happening here via online learning. It's again the same confusion for the lecturers. Is teaching really taking place. So coming to 21st century again, we have different criteria to assess the students. Now, in 21st century learning classrooms, the students synthesize the new acquired knowledge, collaborate with peers, solve problems and make decisions, adapt to changes in the information age, and use the power of technology. So the expectation from the students are very much different from those days. But on the same page, the students also have some sort of expectations from the lecturers. People say during pandemic, stay home, stay safe. But I think in the case of lecturers, yes, we stay home, but we are still not safe because most of us are having medical problems due to the long screen time. Now, the pandemic has presented an unprecedented challenge to higher education institutions in Malaysia, a challenge that intensifies as students return to full-time campus. So I think it's the same thing that's happening globally, where it's difficult to go back to full-time. We are back to face-to-face classes, but attendance is still very poor because of the pandemic that has changed the learning styles. During the pandemic, institutions developed an effective virtual learning strategy. So I believe that most of the universities are doing the same because everybody is paying the fees, everybody has got their own expectation, and learning must go on. The changes caused due to the pandemic led to many institutions adapt to asynchronous and digital learning. So moving from asynchronous learning, and we have come to asynchronous where students learn at their own pace, anytime, anywhere, with the help of digital tools. There was also an influx in the usage of learning management system, coupled with the widespread use of virtual laboratories and simulation tools. So coming from computer science background, these tools plays an important role because we can't conduct usual labs, practical labs. So simulation labs were quite popular among the students. The lack of contextualization to current higher education conditions and stakeholders engagement is far less explored. So this is one of the problems that we face. It was a sudden change for many of us whereby the management of one of the stakeholders say, we have to change to online learning, and everybody just follows the direction of the university, not knowing to what extent and how does it benefit the learners. Despite the immense benefits of online learning, its usage has been very limited. So previously, every university has got their learning management system, but when we explore their learning management system, you will see nothing much there until COVID really took place. Students' perception is not analyzed to ensure sustainability of asynchronous learning. So we don't know what is exactly happening between the students. All we know is everybody is going through some emotional breakdown, they can't adapt, everybody is in lockdown. We are trying to keep ourselves occupied and engaged. Lack of skilled educators to drive the digital transformation in education sector. Yes, university has got its direction. Everybody is moving on from synchronous learning to asynchronous, but how many of us are really trained? So this is another question that has to be addressed. The first objective is to determine the efficacy of the asynchronous learning to the students during pandemic. So these are the three objectives that I analyzed. So the second objective is to identify students' perception of the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat. The third objective is basically to explore the students' emotional experience, which is very important. I think this idea comes from Kansei engineering technology, which is widely practiced in Japan, where they believe that any product design is strongly related to emotion. If a user is not satisfied with the tool or with the product design, you will not purchase the product. Now, the first experience of blended learning in education was through the development of massive open online course. Okay, I think there was a time everybody was doing MOOC. And you can see that we can actually sign up for all these MOOCs because he or she is a famous professor and you would like to join the class. The MOOC relies on asynchronous education that allows students to complete their courses at their own pace. So there is no compulsion. You have to complete this within this period of time, but everybody was doing it at their own pace. The concept of blended learning or B-learning refers to systematic blend of traditional and online learning. So it's a combination that we practice. So this is the research. These are the participants. I had 67% male and female 33%. The age group is 17 to 22 years old. And these students are from computer science major, second year students of undergraduate program. So nationality, I had 56% of Malaysian students and 44% of international students. So the students here are mostly from more than 100 countries. Okay, my university has got more than 100 countries, students from 100 countries. Yeah. So a quick research methods walk through. The research design. The study adapted the pragmatist research paradigm, which is a mixed method. Yeah. Then the population is, as I mentioned, the third year students from undergraduate program. Then we had data collection, which is an online survey, which made life easy during the pandemic. And of course, we had our data collection via online survey and analysis done. So this is basically SWOT. So SWOT analyzes the strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats. So to conclude, so for the strength, you can see the tool provided a holistic learning approach. The online interaction with other students and lecturers promote resource sharing. Okay, so you could see that via Microsoft Teams, students were actually interacting. The weakness is the online learning has hindered my learning experience compared to traditional online some of the feedback from the students. And for the opportunities, the use of various tools and pre-recorded videos has improved my understanding. So this is something the students were looking forward, not just learning during the class time, but the availability of the pre-recorded videos. And the threat, of course, we have all our technical issues, yeah, with the low bandwidth and then limited competency of instructors. Some instructors were not well trained. So analysis and results, you can see that majority agreed that it provides positive experience. Yeah, so the top three is because it's flexible, it's convenient, and it's an innovative learning style. So to conclude, the findings of the study using SWOT analysis provided a benchmark to help public and private universities that would like to infuse virtual learning. Based on the results, the students enjoyed asynchronous learning. Unfortunately, some of them required some technical assistance. In a nutshell, digital transformation was considered a success and has provided positive learning approach experience to undergraduate students. So these are some of the feedback that I have collected from my students. Yeah, so you can see most of it is positive. Yeah, so we have some who favors the video, some who feels that they can voice out because the passive learners don't like to say things, but while using online digital tool, they can actually send a chat message to the lecturer and address their issues. So that's the conclusion. I mean, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra Reka Ramachandran, for your presentation. For the next presenter, I would like to welcome Dr. Andy Agustian from Indo Global Mandiri University, Indonesia, to present the paper entitled Model of Multi-Ethnic Settlement Development in Indonesia, Case Study, Palembang and Semarang City. To Dr. Andy Agustian, time is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Namaste. Okay. My name is Andy Agustian. I'm from Universitas Indo Global Mandiri Palembang City, South Sumatra, west part of Indonesia. I want to explain about this is a part of my dissertation research. The title is Model of Multi-Ethnic Settlement in Indonesia, Case Study, Palembang City, and also Semarang City. Well, actually, this research are formulated based on the SDGs number 11 about sustainable cities and also communities. Because I believe every country in the world has their own characteristic and also has their own uniqueness. And I believe that from the diversity, we can see all of many perspectives. So, ladies and gentlemen, the plurality of the community, especially in Indonesia, it represents one of the pillars in Indonesia country called Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. It means united in diversity or different but one. Well, from that pillars, it brings Indonesia is the example, a country with a great diversity. It can be seen from the community with the various communities, religion, culture, custom, including ethnicities. So that's why the research focuses and also the research highlights is based on the ethnicities that represent in the case of study, the Kampung 3-4 Ulu Laut located on the Musi River bank in the Palembang City, and also the Kampung Melayu area located on the coastal area in the Semarang City. The existence of this settlement is in how to settle, how to survive, and how to resilient for creating a level of struggleness of the multi-ethnic settlement that live in the harmony in diversity. So the method used in this research is multiple case study by exploring all of the phenomenon in the settlement, start from the physical phenomenon and also non-physical phenomenon, including physical, space, artifact, economic, social, cultural, and also basic values of life. The data collected according to the phenomenon, how the space created in the settlement, and also how the activities in the settlement, economic, social, and also culturals. This is the map, the case number 1, Kampung 3-4 Ulu Laut, located in the Musi River bank in the Sumatra Island, west part of Indonesia, and also Kampung Melayu in Semarang City, located on the coastal area in the Java Island, center part of Indonesia. So for the case study number 1, the Kampung 3-4 Ulu Laut in the Palembang City consists of many ethnics, including Palembang Chinese ethnic, native Palembang ethnic, Palembang Cirebon ethnic, or Palembang Javanese ethnic, and also all of the migrants from the outside of Palembang City. And then the existence of the local community is supported by the existence of the community by knowing what is the true characteristic of the settlement, including social, cultural, economic, cultural, and also the basic values of life based on the religion concept and also based on the tolerance principle. So there is 11 empirical evidence that found in the settlement, start from settlement history, kinship system, land ownership, house form, settlement land use, settlement pattern, settlement facilities, and also settlement infrastructure, historical places, economic activities, social cultural activities, till basic values of life. Based on the empirical evidence and also empirical terms, we can formulate the concept that related to the phenomenon on the settlement. I formulated to be 4 concepts. Number 1, the Kampung Tree for Ulu Laut formation is grounded on ethnicity. Number 2, settlement pattern are based on ethnicity. Number 3, community empowerment and sustainability are based on the principle of ethnicity. And last but not least, social cultural activities as form of interrelation and also interaction between multi-ethnic community and the people surrounding the environment. How about the case study number 2? The Kampung Melayu area in the Semarang City. Semarang City is a historical place with a high historical values. This area is the first shipping for the people that for the first time came to this area, including Arab Hadramaut ethnic, Chinese ethnic, and also Banjar ethnic. We can see the phenomenon multi-ethnic settlement in the Kampung Melayu area. This is a kelenteng for ethnic, for Chinese ethnic, and the mosque for the Arab Hadramaut ethnic. And this one is the first phenomenon or for the first settlement in that area. So like case study number 1, this is the empirical evidence or empirical term that found in the case number 2. Start from settlement history, kinship system, land ownership status, house form in settlement, settlement land use, settlement pattern, settlement infrastructure, settlement facilities, social cultural, economic cultural, and then basic values of life. And then the tidal flood in Kampung Melayu region. Now based on the empirical evidence, I formulate a 5 concepts that related to all of the phenomenon in the area. Number 1, the formation of Kampung Melayu area is based on a central authority because we know in that area is very high historical values history. And the number 2, the settlement pattern represent the ethnic distribution. And the 3, the Kampung Melayu region transformed after the tidal flood. Number 4, the trade and service are sector for community empowerment. And the last but not least, social cultural activities act as unifying form of multi-ethnic settlement. So based on the case number 1 and the case number 2, we can conclude that the research visualize ethnic diversity in the settlement. The diversity contained in the life can be used as a form of local wisdom that can distinguish between one region and another. It means that from 2 cases, we can learn, we can take the example as long as the other region or the other location have same characteristic, have the same phenomenon physically and also non-physically, we can use it as a reference or we can use the concept to sustainable from that settlement. And then the way of settlement carried out by the community represent their way of carrying out life as a different multi-ethnic society. The difference, which is inherent in social life, is used as a form of mutual respect, understanding of other through conducive and productive manner. Because from study case number 1 and number 2, we can learn from the religion values and also basic values of life based on the tolerance principle. So the conclusion of this research is the pillar of Indonesia, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, United in Diversity or different but one. It represents to all of the case that have a multi-ethnic phenomenon in each region, not only in the riverbank, but also in the coastal area and also under the bridge and also freeing area. This research considered 2 cases that represent multi-ethnic settlement in Indonesia. Using multiple cases, such a community background in each case different in terms of location, regional characteristic, all of the phenomenon, physically phenomenon and also non-physical phenomenon based on the geography, human geography, and also human settlement theory or human settlement aspect. So based on the result, it can be concluded that ethnic values are the basis for the existence of the multi-ethnic settlement, not only in Palembang city, but also in all of the region, as long as the location and also the area have the same characteristic, have the same values, have the same vision, have the same motto, and the most important thing, have the same historical values in that region. So I think that's, and hopefully from this research, we can learn that differences not only has the potential as the conflict, but also with the diversity, we can learn that it can be the uniqueness and also the characteristic of the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you for Dr. Andy Agustian for the great presentations today. Now we continue to our next presenter. I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Vandana Panvar from Print and LN Wellingkar Institute of Management, Development and Research, India, to present her paper entitled Sustainability Impact Assessment of Electric Vehicle and Readiness Level of Consumers. For Professor Dr. Vandana Panvar, time is yours.
A very good afternoon to everyone. And namaste from India. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank the organizing members of Asia for Earth for giving us this opportunity to present our academic research paper on this platform. With the permission of the juries, I would like to start with my presentation. So the title of our presentation is Sustainability Impact Assessment of Electric Vehicles and Readiness of Indian Customers. So this is the overview of our presentation. We are going to have a small introduction about the electronic vehicles, what is the need and importance, why we should do a study on this. A brief idea about the literature review, the existing secondary survey, what are the research questions, hypotheses, findings, and what are the management implications with reference to the different stakeholders who are connected with the electric vehicles. And lastly, what would be the future scope of research? To start with the introduction, we all know electric vehicle is one that operates on a electric motor instead of internal combustion engine, which uses the fuel and other gases. So electric vehicles has been seen as a possible replacement for current generation automobiles, and it also addresses the problem and issues of rising pollution, global warming, and depleting natural resources. In India, a concrete decision was taken to start the electric vehicles in 2010. And this study basically concentrates on the different stakeholders who are involved in the manufacturing and the supply of electric vehicles. To emphasize on the need and importance of this particular topic, we know that electric vehicles ensures environmental health, financial savings, and personal safety. It is also a good investment as the rates or the taxes on the goods and services taxes are reducing, which is encouraging people to buy more and more electric vehicles. And from the consumer side, it is easy for them because they don't have to worry for the rising fuel prices as the electric vehicles are charged by the battery at the comfort of your home. So it provides both convenience as well as safety, which goes hand in hand. With reference to the oil imports, India is fifth largest importer of oil, importing more than 2.2 million barrels a day in order to satisfy the 70% demand of the country. And also with reference to the cost effectiveness, because of the advanced technology in R&D, the maintenance cost is reducing day by day. It will also help India to fulfill the requirement of Paris Climate Agreement, which is again very important aspect. To start with the literature review, several studies from national and international journals as well as other secondary sources have been referred in order to understand the history, salient features, government policy for the National Electric Mission, what are the different policies at the state level, and what are the different current and future problems that the market is facing. So I'll not be going into much of the literature review because that might take some time, but just to emphasize on the salient features, there is a policy, FEMI, that is faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, was launched by the government under the National Electric Mobility Mission Plan of 2020, and other state-wise policies were also introduced in order to encourage the usage of electric vehicles. While studying about electric vehicles, we also studied what are the different types of electric vehicles that are available. And these were studied based on the 4 types, that is battery electric vehicles, plug-in hybrid electric, and fuel cell electric vehicles. Basis what are the different uses, their car structure, how the structure of each car differs, and the features and some of the examples of the different companies who have launched electric vehicles under the 4 different categories of the electric vehicles. When we try to analyze the sales trend of electric vehicles in India, the highest sales trend was 1,68,330 in financial year 2020, which remains to be beaten. As far as the regions were concerned, the maximum sales was by a state, Uttar Pradesh, followed by Karnataka and Bihar. If you see the current market share of electric vehicles, then it can be seen that in the financial year 2021, the high-speed two-wheeler vehicles, they have advanced significantly, and they have registered 49% of the vehicles. As far as the high-speed two-wheeler vehicles are concerned, the OEM, that is stands for the original equipment manufacturers, they have also increasing the sale of automobiles by 37%, and that was done by the Hero Metrics. If we see at the global level, then the world's 5 major electric car sellers includes your Tesla, Volkswagen, then you have Chinese Bus, GM. So these are some of the companies that are at the top level. Okay, I'll go directly to the research question. So based on the research literature review that we did and the identified gaps, this study basically tries to disseminate what is the importance of electric vehicles and how the and what is the readiness level of Indian consumers as far as the consumers are concerned. So this study concerns about and studies what is the demand and the market potential of electric vehicles, what is the awareness level and the expectations of consumers, identifying the factors and the challenges that are responsible for increasing its sales, and what are the future challenges in order to switch to the environmentally friendly vehicles. It's an exploratory study which was conducted in metro as well as the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. In India, Mumbai is considered to be one of the metro state where the population is more than 1 lakh, whereas the tier 2 includes population of 50,000 to 1 lakh, and tier 3 is 20,000 to 50,000. The sample was collected based on the random sampling techniques wherein 208 respondents participated. It was based on the confidence level of 90%, margin of error 5%, and response distribution of 50%. Instrument that was used was the questionnaire, which was pre-tested based on the academics and the reviews from the industry experts. The study of the period of this study was March-April 2020. Based on the analysis, we did the PASTEL, which stands for political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and other factors. This was a demographic profile where male and female respondents, they participated equally. Most of them were students and working class. They all were using the petrol vehicles, but still they preferred the electric vehicles. But on the level of awareness level about the schemes that were launched by the government, they were not that aware. They also shared that the time to charge the vehicle was, the expected time duration was 2 to 3 hours, whereas in reality it was taking 5 to 6 hours, as well as the expected distance, that is, if you need to go from point A to point B and the vehicle stops in between and you don't have any charging station, then in that case it becomes another limitation for them. Most of them got information from the internet, and some of the factors that were responsible for having a low awareness level and having the low sales were high price of the electric vehicles. The cost of the electric vehicles is much more higher than the normal vehicles which are run on the based on the traditional vehicles. Then the inadequate charging infrastructure is one thing that was considered by all of them, since we do not have the charging stations which are at a comfortable place and at the convenience of the consumers. Also, the environmental concern. When we try to discuss the same topic with the companies, so nowadays, because of increase in the online sales, the last mile delivery person has become very important. And for them, these are the people who are basically from grocers, if we talk in India, Big Basket, Amazon, and other organizations which are using these people, and people, those who are delivering the goods and services at our doorstep, they are the main users of the electric vehicles. We also try to collect information from the financing companies who are giving loans in order to purchase these electric vehicles. So it was considered that out of the total cost that is involved into purchase, suppose the cost of the vehicle is 4 lakhs and 1.5 lakh is only for the battery. So the battery, which has a very low life, short shelf life, it gets discharged and it needs to be exchanged or repurchased. So which actually increases the overall cost of the vehicle. We also try to check the expectation level of the consumers who belong to metro and tier 2, tier 3 cities. So it was observed that the people who are from the metro cities are more aware of the policies and the financing facilities that are given by the government, irrespective of the tier 2 and tier 3. They also share some of the features like remote locking, geofencing, and data dashboard that was expected in the vehicles and was not there. Some of the government policies have also made the sale of these vehicles very much lucrated. To see the future scope of this vehicle in rural India, this particular product is going to be very much in demand, because now electricity is available in all the villages and it will be easy for them to charge. So with that, I conclude my topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Pandana Panwar, for your presentation. For the next presenter, I would like to welcome Dr. Isabella from Indo Global Mandiri University, Indonesia, to present her paper entitled Implementation of Digital Literacy Program for Communities in South Sumatra in 2021. To Dr. Isabella, time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Isabella from Indo Global Mandiri University in Palembang, South Sumatra, Indonesia. I would like to presentation with my research with the title, The Implementation Digital Literacy Program for the Communities in South Sumatra in 2021. Introduction. The result of the survey by Indonesia Internet Service User Association in 2020, Internet user in Indonesia have reached 199.71 million active, or about 73.7% of the total population in Indonesia. In using social media, it ran out of there are still many respondents who claim to put sensitive personal information on social media. In addition, 30% of respondents claim to have been exposed to hoax, and 11% of respondents had spared hoax because they did not really think about the truth of information. And most of the hoax or for related political health, and religion issue were received mostly through social media. The government action saw clearly that the development of the use of ICT and the internet in Indonesia is not healthy. Therefore, the digital literacy policy is very necessary for our community, especially in Indonesia, of course, in all South Sumatra. This research focus of the policy implementation. The concept of policy implementation is a step in the implementation of the policy. This state is a crucial state in determining our policy. This is the gap of our research with another literature review that I read. There are 4 literacy framework from Ministry for Information and Communication between digital skill, digital culture, digital ethic, and digital safety. Let me now digital skill. Digital skill, the understanding ICT software and hardware and digital operational system for our community. The ability, digital culture, the ability to build national insight and interesting in digital space. And then digital ethic, ability to depth think rationality and strength ethic in the digital space. As we know, so many cases in process law because of digital ethic. Digital safety, raise awareness of personal data protection and secure in the digital world. This is the model of implementation from Grindel. The implementation model that more afraid to use the digital literacy policy in South Sumatra. One of variable the concept of policy content Grindel view that policy implementation still include politics. Okay. And then the first for implementation, namely interest, effective type of benefit, the extent of change, efficient and side of decision making, we can see that the role of politics is strong. The Grindel model is determined by the concept of the policy and the concept of implementation. The basic is that after the policy is transformed in implementation of the policy is carried out. This research is a qualitative describe, which I'm analyze the implementation of digital literacy policy in South Sumatra. Data collection technique with a study through observation, interview, questionnaire, and documentation by Miles and Haberman Saldana. This is the process, the data collection, the display, and connection and conclusion. The result and discussion in this research. Based on the result of the research in this implementation of digital literacy, the communities in South Sumatra, it can be seen the digital literacy active webinar during 2021 have been carried out according to the target number of events. The target of digital literacy event is 155.511 participants, increased to 100.847, above all 0.7%. Related to the Grindel theory, the state of implementation digital literacy can be seen based on policy affected by interest, and then type of benefit. This activity is very beneficial of the community. The extent of change and efficient change occur in a culture of the community. The policy making position side decision making. The competence is not only in terms of being active on social media, but also is using social media for business development, opening an opportunity for various type of business as well creating their job opportunity according to current condition. This is the flyer when implementing digital literacy. This is the implementing digital literacy with webinar and then the side picture with moving together because the problem look like internet network, and then the regulation our minister that student cannot bring the handphone to school. The conclusion, the implementation of this digital literacy program is very necessary for the community. Moreover, during the COVID-19 pandemic, people are forget to technology literate due to change in pattern or culture during the pandemic, where various community active can be carried out virtually. So, such as a school meeting and the other activity were carried out face-to-face before the pandemic. In order to increase public knowledge, especially in South Sumatra, this active is expected to provide benefit evenly to all levels of society. For this reason, it is necessary to convey to the government so that internet network can reach all district and city in Indonesia for the distribution of public knowledge in accordance with the digital literacy program that has been implemented. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Isabella for the great presentations today. Next, we continue to our next presenter. So I would like to welcome Ms. Purvi A. Chafla from the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, India, to present her paper entitled Competency-Based Teaching, a Prerequisite for Outcome-Based Educations. For Ms. Purvi A. Chafla, time is yours.
Namaste, Solomon Sir, and good afternoon to all. I'm Purvi Chawla, Assistant Professor from the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. Today I'm going to share with you 3 origins. The first one, the zero is invented in India. The other origin that we are here for the Asia for Earth, and the base of origin is a teacher of any development, of any growth. There is a teacher who can be an origin for any improvement. And the third and most important thing, which I'm going to share with you, this is the first time I'm sharing with you, and this is the first paper in our research history that has given a empirical proof for the outcome-based teaching. So my topic of a presentation is a competency-based teaching, a prerequisite for outcome-based education. Next, please. In introduction, in 21st century, we all face a lot of problem due to COVID and pandemic and all one, right? We had teach lots of things. Even we also learn lots of things in the COVID pandemic. But the most important thing which I could found, and this purpose in this journal show this thing, that teacher and teacher profession has a long been a subject of worry now, because a closer look at the realities of teacher development and management is required as a teacher's role increase. Now, we are not a teacher, but we are a guidance, we are a maintenance for them. A review of literature, I had done rigorous review of literature for this 123 plus paper I had reviewed. And after that, I got the conclusion. After that, I got my result. So some of them are this. the Grevice, he said that should be a education-based system which has a something which increase the learning capacity. There can be an education system which can increase the capacity of teacher. So the other one is a competency-based education. It should have a practical implication or exposure for that thing. Then the major study which I follow is a Neil O'Sullivan. He said that competency-based education is to focus on outcome, what the students know and can do, rather on input like how, where, how long they study. This is another reviews of literature. My research gap. After reviewing 123 research paper, I could found this gap. The first one, Moonet had argued that school had failed to produce creative thinkers. Second thing is that in constantly changing work and global economy, students not only study, but also learn how to learn. And the third one is the NEP 2020. It is given by the Indian government. And they also asked about it. There should be a cognitive skill, but along with the cognitive skill, you should have affective skills also. And the fourth and last one, the teacher's characteristics and expectation help the students indeed. And we are here to help the students. This is my research methodology. First, I had done research conceptualization, then education, then data analysis, then finding implication on this. I had taken 50 professors and teachers from the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda as my sample size. I had used a non-probability convenience sampling for this. This is my sample determination process that I proved that after using a G-Power software 0.95, it says that we should have a 46 sample, whereas I have a 103, but 50 samples are the adequate and accurate samples. My research objective, research will try to find out various competencies. First, I carried out what are the competencies are needed for as a teacher for the outcome-based education. Second, I had developed, made examination the role of effective competency-based teaching to have an adequate competency-based education. What are the role for that? Along with that, the researcher will also try to evaluate role of competency-based teaching as a mediator role in the competency-based learning and competency-based education. Core competency, the first, my objective was to list out the various competencies for the teachers. So for that, I had followed this model. There are three major core competencies. The first one is the psychomotor competency. Second one is the affective domain. And the third one, and very important, is the cognitive domain. In this three domain, I had evaluated the different competencies for the teachers. This is my model. The first competency-based learning, then competency-based teaching and competency-based education. But I could found a very good relationship between competency-based teaching and learning. But if we directly go back to competency-based learning to education, it not gives a positive effect. My findings of the study is like this. It's an assessment model. I had done this thing on a PLS software. I used a PLS 3.3 software for this. So first I had assessment of measurement model, then result of measurement model, then PLS model itself, then explanation of model, result and hypothesis, and specific effect, that is a mediator effect. This is my result. Whenever we are doing a result, we have to search for the reliability test and validity test. For that, Cronbach alpha, I apply, Hensler test is applied and there, and you can find out all the levels that is more than 0.5. So it is a good for the reliability and validity. My discriminative validity, my all three variables are different from each other. You can see that is 0.837, 0.72 and 0.801. All three variables are different or discriminant for each other. This is my result of a measurement model in which you can see the competency-based learning to competency-based teaching give a good R square, that is a 0.924, whereas competency-based teaching also have a good, or we can say the more than moderate, that is a 0.637. But the most important concern for me in this is competency-based learning. When we have a direct effect on competency-based education, it is a positive effect, but it is not just that much strong as we go by the competency-based learning to the competency-based teaching to the competency-based education. My findings of this study, I had applied bootstrapping method on that thing. 5,000 bootstrapping is applied. VIF values are more than 3.33. That means that my samples are connected with each other, and it is rigorous. And my last one is the coefficients of determination, where endogenous competency-based education was 6.37, which is also good and strongly associated with competency-based. My hypothesis testing, and it is very important for me because you can directly see the competency-based teaching to competency-based education is supported because p-value is a 0.001, whereas competency-based learning to competency-based teaching, it's also supported, that is a 0.00. Yes, thank you. And the last one is the competency-based learning to competency-based education is not supported. If you are directly go with your students and learning methodology, it is not like that. We have to first change ourselves. We have to develop ourselves, and then we can rush to the students. So, and my indirect effect, the mediator role is very high. You can see that competency-based learning to competency-based teaching to competency-based education is a 0.002 p-value. That is a significant and proven that if you want to apply an outcome-based education in your university, in your higher institution, you must focus first on your teacher, and you can focus on the learning center part. As a discussion, 90% of college graduates are qualified for the job market, but they are not skillful for the job. Why? Because we need to improve ourselves first. So the survey result shows the positive, strong relationship between competency-based learning and outcome. This is a theoretical implication. This is the first time I'm conducting this because I had already reviewed the paper. They have a relationship like a competency-based learning to teaching, but no one has connected all three together. Usefulness, this is most important in my paper. That first, why I conducted this study. The first thing that this study will assist university that to develop their own competency structure. And if they want to improve their teachers, what are the training program they should start? This will give you them idea. Second, a beneficiary is teacher himself or herself, because teacher will get that what are the psychomotor domain which I have to improve, or what is the quality which I have to improve. That will give the idea. The third beneficiary is most important for all of us. This our student, because student will get a direct relationship, because affective model has interpersonal skills. So student have a direct relationship with the teacher, and student can be more practical thinker. Student can more have a critical thinking by this. And the last one is the government itself, because we all are here, we are from the different countries, and our government want us to have a fruitful research. Our government want us to have a fruitful, empirical, proven research that can help their policy. So these four are the beneficiaries from my research. The future direction, I had already taken only one university, but future researcher can take 2-3 university. The researcher can comparative analysis of 2-3 university, even 2-3 states also. Even no one will do, I would definitely do for that thing. And the major focus of research is teaching in this particular sector, because I am a teacher, I am a professor. So I believe in myself that I have to change first. But if you are a student, or if you are from other direction, you can definitely concentrate on students level also. And it is a formative model. We can go for the reflective also, because outcome-based study is there, but we have to find out the reflective items for this. My limitation of the study, time constraint is the biggest limitation for me that I couldn't found. And I had followed only 123 papers.
Sorry,
yes.
Miss.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have followed only 123 papers, so it can be more. That is my limitation. Thank you very much. Any question, ma'am, sir? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Purvi A. Chapla, for your presentation. For the next presenter, I would like to welcome Neni Rostiati from Indo Global Mandiri University, Indonesia, to present her paper entitled "The Impact of COVID-19 on the Household Economy with Local Wisdom as Intervening Variable in Teluk Gelam District, Oki District." To Neni Rostiati, time is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for still waiting until this time. This is part of my research with topic impact of COVID-19 on the household economy with local wisdom as intervening variable at Teluk Gelam District, Ogan Komering Ilir, South Sumatra Province. My name is Neni Rostiati from Universitas Indo Global Mandiri. Background, we know COVID-19 pandemic, which was happened at Wuhan in the first time, 2019, and hit more than 200 countries, and have been able to destroy a basic joint life in the field of health, education, economy, and others. And then in the rural area, indicate that potential for trade has decreased, but the welfare of the community is still at the level of economic stability. The potential for agriculture as a local business and the main livelihood of rural communities continue to run normally. The research is to study impact of COVID-19 on household at Teluk Gelam District, Ogan Komering Ilir, South Sumatra Province. In the village that we use for research, everybody or community don't feel that the pandemic has hit the rural community, because they just felt that pandemic only like ordinary fever. And then if someone had a pandemic, they just continue to work and then stay each other, help and support, because they feel if they stay at home, nobody wanna care with them. So that's why they want the isolation. And then this is what we call is a local wisdom that has existed for a long time. And then in northern China, a lockdown effectively protected a village from pandemic, resulting in zero. That means from the first time, they already locked down. So that's why in the rural area, the pandemic cannot really impact them. And then Corn 21, COVID-19 has exposed social and health inequalities in the US. This has increased likelihood of immigrant contracting COVID-19 by becoming essential worker and through properly forcing this population to continue working. The analysis show that the impact for the urban more acute than rural. In Indonesia, since 2019, the number of poor has increased by 1.12 million, with greatest increase occurring in urban areas, 1 million, and then the rest at rural areas by 120,000. And then we know about local wisdom. Local wisdom is the way people behave and act in response to change in the physical and cultural environment, can be understood as local ideas that are wise, full of wisdom, good value, which are embedded and followed by members of the community. And Johnson 2021 said, COVID-19 disaster can be avoided by instilling culture value. Culture is believed to be able to embrace disaster. Culture knowledge produced by the community is built on aesthetic rationality created from time to time. And then local wisdom is local culture values in the form of community activities that can be used as a life control system and answer the problem because contain social norm and value is regulating, developing, and maintain a balance between nature, human need, human need and lifestyle. This is my framework. We use PET analysis. There is a variable of COVID-19 knowledge. We call CK, knowledge stand for knowledge of public responses as a research subject about COVID-19 pandemic. And then there's a local wisdom, is the way people behave and act in response to change in physical and cultural environment. And then there's a community income, public perception of change for better or for worse income at the economic side. This is previous research. In Indonesia, we have a lot of something like a local wisdom, for example. Because of this local wisdom, so a lot of people don't feel about the impact of pandemic, because some researchers, for example, like Kurniasi, even income declined between 30 to 70% at the beginning of the pandemic period, while expense tended to remain constant in general. Decrease in income level of respondents during the pandemic, but not all respondents have changed their food pattern. And then some of them use the research about how to communication model in responding to COVID-19 through heart-to-heart communication at Ngandong village. The result found that strategy has affect positive spirit, positive feeling affect positive touch, feeling affect positive touch affect positive attitude, and attitude influence positive behavior. And then methodology, I use this, PET analysis for this research. And then there are two model PET coefficient. There is coefficient 1 and there is coefficient 2. And then result and the discussion, the result of in-depth interview illustrated that the community was not fully aware that what is happening during the pandemic, because their household supported by the result of the distributed questionnaire. And then this one, the PET analysis data estimated result. And then the hypothesis test result, there is an influence between COVID knowledge and community income. There is an influence between community knowledge and local wisdom, and there is an influence between local wisdom and community income. But the effect is not really different much. This is the conclusion. The result of in-depth interview illustrated that the community was not fully aware that what during the pandemic caused their household. Based on the result of the PET analysis, the direct effect of COVID-19 on community income is 0.223, is more effective than the indirect effect of COVID-19 knowledge or community income through local wisdom, that only 0.1. And hypothesis testing obtained the result, the estimated data, there is an influence between all the variable to community income. Then I have one suggestion, that because of local wisdom, so rural community better than urban community, because they have each local wisdom among the community. That's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you for Nedi Rostianti for the great presentations today. So now we continue to our last presenter. I would like to welcome Jefferson Rishat Riwukore from Indo Global Mandiri University, Indonesia, to present the paper entitled Dimensional Analysis of Employee Performance Indicators Case Study on the Body of National Unity and Political of Kupang City. For Jefferson Rishat Riwukore, time is yours.
Thank you. My name is Felianus Habora. I'm a student, MM Program Study of Indo Global University. I replace or change my lecture or my promoter, Mr. Jefferson Rishat Riwukore. And today I present the title of New Dimension and Indicators in Performance Measurement. As introduction, the result of the author's identification of the dimensions and indicators of employer performance measurement found around plus minus 30 indicator dimensions. This, in the end, is suspected as an obstacle in measuring the success of an organization or company through the performance of its employees who are appropriate and accountable. Next, the dimension and indicators used are responsiveness, quality, quantity, cooperation, timelines, human resources, infrastructure, stockness, initiative, creativity, work knowledge, consistency, comparability, controllability, contingency, comprehensive, limited of focus, relevance, economy, efficiency, effectiveness, result orientation, fairness, responsibility, accountability, attention, responsiveness, and productivity. Based on many are confused which to ask different or indicator and indicator performance. The variety of performance measurement indicators used by experts shows that performance is multidimensional, so that there is no single factor. Used without understanding the critical factors that affect performance, it will be difficult to determine the success or failure of employer and organizational performance in achieving the desired program goals. Next, therefore, our research tries to simplify to only a few dimensions and indicators, but is comprehensive and thus not only the information contained in these dimensions and indicators. One of them is stroke factor analysis. The existence of comprehensive indicators is expected to be a clear vehicle in determining the success or failure of the organization in the future. Research motive is quantitative use to factorial analysis with the tools SPSS version 25 used to saturate sample, census sample. And this research so the indicators simplified to as accessibility, comprehensive, economy, attention, relevance, efficiency, controllability, productivity, accountability, tokeness, responsibility, and infrastructure. So this indicator performance new dimension based on performance indicator. Based on the final result of the vector analysis, it shows that the dimension of employee performance indicator consists of 12 indicators, namely visibility, comprehensive, economy, attention, relevance, efficiency, controllability, productivity, accountability, tokeness, responsibility, and infrastructure. The ability of the 12 components of the performance indicator to explain the construct is 80.98, and the remaining 19.02 is missing information and cannot be explained. Use the 12 dimensions and indicators are new measuring and analyzing employee performance variables. And this conference, any wrong, please, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the Jefferson Riset Riwukore for the presentations today. That is our last presenter. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will break for 5 minutes to give time for our season chair to make the review. ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to invite our season chair, Mr. Janel Chings and Dr. Habil Monica Dragomiroscu to select and award Best Paper Oral Presentations, Best Research Paper, and Best Paper Presentations.
Okay, good afternoon once again. So, first of all, congratulations to all the presenter. It was also such an honor to be your chair persons for today, and it wasn't easy for us to decide because all presentations were really great, and we were overwhelmed by the topics that has been presented. But at the end of the day, we have to decide and select the best one. So, okay, so for the first category, for the best oral presentation, do we have some effects? Like, okay. All right, so for the first category, for the best oral presentation, we give it to participant number 4. For Dr. Kanchan Negi. We do the okay. All right. All right. Okay. And for the second award for the best research paper, we give this to participant number 2, Dr. Vandana Ram. Is she around? If the winner is called and not present, it's forfeited. No, just kidding. Is she around? Has she already left? Okay. All right, so for the third one, for the best paper presentation, this goes to participant number 9, Miss Purvi Chavia. Is she around? Yeah. Okay, so once again, congratulations to all the winners, okay, of these awards.
We would like to invite the winner to come to the stage so as like to take the certificate.
Dr. Monica will do the honor with them. No.
Yes, the prize for the best oral presentation goes to Dr. Kanchan Negi. Yeah, yes, sorry, it's not easy to pronounce. Congratulations. And many oral, such as good oral presentation. The best paper, the best presented paper goes to Purvi Chawla. Congratulations. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
So now we would like to invite our conference chair, Dr. Bambang Sugiono, to give the felicitations for our season chair today.
Congratulations once again to all best presenter. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Bambang Sugiono to give vote of thanks. To Dr. Bambang Sugiono, time is yours.
Good afternoon to all of you, to everyone, to all presenters that have shared their wonderful research solution today in this international conference on education, management, and social sciences at Dwi Cendra University, Bali. As the conference chairman, on behalf of ISERS, I feel grateful that everyone here gave their best effort to success this event. I hope the relationship that we made today will continue in the future. Now we would like to arrange a WhatsApp group participant Asia Summit. Okay, some of them already become a member or participant of WhatsApp group, so we can make a networking. We can share our research. We can make collaboration between us. As we also continue the journey of seeking wider knowledge. Thank you so much. We see you later in the next conference. IFAD will help an international conference on 22 and 23 of May in Bali. Thank you so much. See you later in the next conference.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bambang Sugiono. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached to the end the third International Conference on Education, Management, and Social Science that has been held at Ujendra University, Denpasar. Thank you very much for your kind presence and participation of this event. See you on the next event. Om Santi 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 Om. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya. Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu.
Very excellent award. I would like to invite Dr. Purvi Avantila Safla. Okay. Thank you for your achievement. What does it mean?
So it's a humble request to give respect to our elders in our Indian culture. So that's, yeah, this is my culture.
You. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite all of the participants in this hall, in this venue, to photo sessions.